Is it? Hey, we are live.
We are live. Oh, we're
Hubba
live.
hubba. Let me double check to see if it's live on.
Breaking the rules. Coffee at a drink stream.
Based. All right. We out here chilling. Gonna talk philosophy. Gonna hang out. Um. Yeah. Drinking the good goods. I've got some.
Pop some pills.
Yeah. Pop some pills. Let's go. So.
Vegan alcohol D3. No, not alcohol. Not D3. When is D3 from?
Oh, we got Lokes here too. Loki. Oh, Jeremy, I don't think you've you've talked with Anna before. I don't think you've fully, I guess, met her, seen her face.
No, I don't think so. I think we have more interaction in Facebook comments than really talking.
Yeah.
But nice to meet you officially.
Yeah. Yeah, nice to meet you.
So what's been on y'all's minds? Or some deep topics?
A lot. I don't know why. I mean, I do why, but I guess that's a bad way to put it. But the recent death of Michelle Trachtenberg is kind of like it hit me hard in a way that celebrity deaths never do. And I think it's a combination of I being a heavy nightly drinker and death being pretty straightforwardly tied to just alcoholism, not like tied in with living a crazy life of other drugs and things. Apparently, by the looks of it, she just destroyed her liver and died from a rejected liver transplant at 39. And a combination of that and just her being famous as a kid, she didn't really have much of an adult career, so she was just like the little sister in the really popular show, which I was already an adult when I was watching the show, where she was a kid. So it's kind of resonating with me, and making me think about about age and pull up my body. But philosophically, I knew I wanted to talk about it with you because I have this view of a person, that I think is pretty. It's pretty well defended. It's pretty close to Derek Parfit's famous view of persons, and as like connections of experiences that are causally related in various ways, and a person being a kind of vague concept that's based upon experiences, and what follows from that, I think, is that things like personal health and safety are utilitarian or consequentialist moral issues about how I trade off the size of happiness in the present against a probability of large suffering in the future. Like I don't think that my ethics gives me a right to make future Jared suffer a lot. There's implications of that. Whereas some kind of deontology might say, I have rights over my person, so I can do what I want my body. And that's like standard,
My body, my choice.
Libertarian and yeah, right. So, but when you really think about it, most forms of consequentialism aren't going to justify taking a small present pleasure that has a high probability of producing extreme suffering, like chemotherapy or whatever, having to get a transplant, or just being really like fat and slow and having your joints hurt because you want to eat a lot right now. So I wonder if you share that feeling of kind of moral responsibility over large suffering for future Jerome.
Yeah, I do. I mean, not always in practice, of course, but
Yeah.
no, it's something that I think a lot of people get wrong with consequentialism and utilitarianism. Like, I guess an example would be like I say, I think, like, I'll say like, oh, I think all pleasure is good, and then people think that means like they give all these examples of like sadistic pleasure being good in the moment because like, oh, one person gets slightly more happiness, or like slightly more pleasure from a rape than the victim, and it's like that's. But what about? Because so it's not even just It's like at what cost in the bigger picture? To yourself, like you're hurting your character, but also to society. Bad characters hurt societies. Like even if no one finds out, right?
Right.
It's like
Right.
the feeling is still good, the pleasure is still good, but yeah, what cost?
I think, there's a couple issues. There's the broad issue of thought experiments that are brought against utilitarianism, where we're supposed to intuit a scenario, but simply saying the words doesn't count as actually intuiting what you're posing. There's this question of what degree of actual psychological representation would count as actually intuit that thought experiment in order to form a reasonable moral response to it, and what are we actually capable of. Just simply saying the words, imagine a rape where the rapist's pleasure is larger than all the short and long-term suffering to the victim. Just saying those words doesn't convince me that anybody's actually intuiting what that would be, and I think I can intuit what that would be. So it's a general problem with all of those, that entire family of objections to utilitarianism. How I can't even get my head around what that level of intense pleasure from the crime would be, and like I said to you before in one of our talks, I think, unless then I reduce the suffering of the victim almost to the point where it's a corpse, and then you're asking me something completely different. Yeah. So there's that problem with confusing simply saying a sentence and actually having a morally relevant, true intuition about something. And that's just comes up all the time. It's one of my general peeves about deontologist approaches to portray consequentialism in a negative light is these kind of phony thought experiments that aren't really thought experiments. They aren't really what they claim to be, because we can't have the intuitions that they expect us to have. And then then the second thing is with the consequentialist question of whether you can say that some kinds of pleasure are not intrinsically good, which I know we seem to disagree on, but I think that's probably the most interesting we disagree on, is whether pleasure is a unitary kind of a phenomenologically unitary kind of thing that's caused by other feelings, or whether it's just a category. It's a word that groups together lots of very different experiences, and I hold the latter view. I know that there's this same kind of experience that's caused by by reading an amazing poem and eating a strawberry.
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of does feel the same to me. Like, not the, well, different in scale, but I think, yeah, I don't know.
What do you think about?
Go ahead.
You know, the old argument or the old disagreement between Bentham and Mill about pushpin and poetry, right?
Yeah, no. I mean,
Bentham
yes,
wrote
but no.
the level of what word did he use? I don't know if he used the word pleasure. Something like the level of satisfaction being held equal. Pushpin is as good poetry, and pushpin is, for the viewers, even if Jerome knows, pushpin is a kind of a dumb like bar game or like kids game. I'm not sure that was played during that time, where you can think of it as like we play like make paper footballs in class on a board and play the game where you like flick it and try to land it hanging over the edge of the table. Well, they played it where you each had your sling pin and you were like lifting it with your finger and trying to make it land over the other person's pin. Different rules like that. So it's like a really stupid like time waste game that you could play. So Bentham was saying all that matters is how much happiness it gives somebody, and if somebody's getting the same amount of happiness from pushpin that somebody else is getting from studying poetry or writing poetry or whatever, that happiness was what matters. And Mill disagreed with that, and ended up like writing some about hierarchies of pleasure. So yeah, come down on Bentham's side there.
Yeah. It's interesting though, because there'd be a lot of there'd still be a lot of agreement, like when it comes to like what things we should maximize more, or like what types of pleasure are better, even if like I'll say, yeah, like pleasure is pleasure. There's just like this I guess this scale, but there's like a lot of extrinsic effects that would make, yeah, so if someone gets the same amount of happiness from, I don't know, jerking off or something, versus someone getting the same amount of happiness from like learning, it's like it seems like the learning is still better because of how it affects the long-term society and how it affects their, like what we were talking about earlier, are you robbing your future happiness for, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could still just come down to maximizing this unitary happiness, but it's just the fact that the one sort of thing causes ripples of happiness throughout others in society. Yeah, that's true of pushpin poetry. So you have to understand Bim's quote, as I'm sure he did, as not meaning the level of immediate happiness to that individual being kept equal, but the level of total effect on happiness in the world being equal. So you'd have to take the effects of a person learning poetry on all the other people that they introduce to the wonderful poetry, or such the contributions they made to the discussion of poetry on others' happiness as well in the calculation, and I guess do the same thing for pushpin. Like maybe your willingness to play pushpin gave some other people some fun diversion, like teaching it to them. Have the total effects, but I'm not sure that there is a unitary phenomenon that makes the pushpin kind of pleasure and the poetry of pleasure fungible in an easy way, just because we use the same English word to refer to both doesn't make them the same sort of thing. Even both of them involve some kind of like the same kind of neurotransmitter, like they produce dopamine or something. That doesn't make them the same type of thing to my mind. So I think there are fungibility issues that hedonism faces when it comes to trading off all the different things that we call pleasurable or satisfying or something that give us happiness. We still want to maximize them all, but I don't know what the currency is that that easily trades off like taste pleasure from food against the feeling of being in a loving relationship from intellectual satisfaction, from from relaxation and other. I do think that there's also a kind of grouping of the sorts of pleasures that in the short term seem to produce larger and escalating desires and addictions, which a lot of which connect to the deadly sins. What those deadly sins seem to have in common is that they tend to make you want more of the thing and make a lot of people suffer more in the long term than they gain in the short term. Envy doesn't really stop once satisfied. It usually seems to envy the next thing, and same with gluttony and lust, right? It's a law.
Yeah, it's the whole hedonic treadmill sort of thing.
Yeah. But then maybe there are other sorts of pleasure, the boost kinds, the tranquility kind, the simplicity kind, that don't really have that same dynamic.
Yeah,
I think lots of Quakers have also found that, right?
I think it reminds me of like when you tell people you're a hedonist, the first thing they think of is like eat, drink, and be merry, and that's like kind of the complete opposite of, like, it's a lot more like, not entirely, but it's more like Buddhist in a way. Like, yeah, it's not like that at all. It's not about going to EDM concerts and taking all the drugs you want, and it's like Epicurus said that the highest form of happiness is friendship.
Mm-hmm.
So, and people have this icky feeling when you say, I've thought about like no stopping saying pleasure when I'm talking about ethics and stuff, because when you say pleasure, people are thinking of like just gorging on
Yeah,
fast
I
food
know.
and
Yeah, just
speaking of hedonism.
different woman every night. Yeah.
My cough medicine.
Man, I look at my own list I sent to you. I sent you this super long list, and then on my computer. But now I'm like only remembering two of the things that I wrote.
Also,
Pretty wild.
I want to figure out what happened to Anna.
Oh yeah, I wasn't sure if she was just planning to say hi or something, and then go somewhere. Just wanted to get on. I thought she's having issues. Okay, yeah, you go take care of that.
Yeah. Well,
you need like little. We need like the ads. Oh, we need like little fake ads to like insert. And there's you need to go to some business. Since you're doing all this like non-revenue generating wonderful YouTube content.
I should make some fake ads. That'd be really funny. This is an ad for diarrhea. Oh, the religion. Newer religions maybe being better than like a.
Oh yeah, sure. Hey, just a sec. I'm thinking maybe if I close my little sliding door, it might look better, right? Or maybe turn off that light and that front.
Oh, maybe.
Things. That doesn't really seem to have changed very much.
Yeah, you look the same.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I have an angel of God shining on.
Yeah.
My little halo going on.
Maybe I should put my sunglasses on like I had for several talks.
But you mentioned like the Seventh-day Adventists, and like, and then I was mentioning like Mormonism, but so you think it like the newer religions are like there's a as the religions are newer they're better. Is that what you were saying?
I thought it was what you were saying, and then when I thought about it for a few minutes, it seemed plausible. It was expected, right? If the general trend is for political system to get morally better, social norms to get morally better in a broader sense. I don't know why you would expect religion to be exempt from that phenomenon, or new religions to be exempt. Yeah, the mind wants to balk at that because you can find moral failings in all of these relatively new religions. But you got to remember when Mormonism was created, and calling it a new religion as religion. You can find moral failings in it, but can't you find similarly major moral failings in secular social norms of the time when Mormonism was created?
Yeah.
Sure, you can. About domestic violence, about the treatment of children, about enjoying public executions still, right?
Yeah. I think also maybe newer religions are more mapped onto the current society, so yeah, the rules and stuff are going to be a lot more relatable. That could help.
I also wonder whether or how much the problems, like the problems in terms of happiness and suffering, come with a lot of religions, a lot of people's experience with conservative religious family members um, aren't directly attributable to the religious beliefs, but rather to the psychology of the kind of people who become religious conservatives. You know what I'm saying? Like if you removed the religious doctrine, maybe those same personality types would be just as controlling and abusive in some other way.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
think
so
that's probably
when
true.
new atheists, so when new atheists interview people who like escaped from conservative religious families that were like psychologically abusing them, uh, yeah, all that abuse gets attributed. It gets entwined with the falsehoods in the religious doctrine. But this is an empirical claim, but it's certainly really plausible to me that those same family members could have found a way to be just as controlling and psychologically abusive without the doctrines, other different whatever secular views.
Well, I've heard some numbers being like float around, with like people in religion or people who follow a I think like Mormon men live 7 years longer on average. Women live like 5 years longer on average. Reported happiness is higher. Um, all these different things like people, whether it's true or not, people often tend to be a lot happier with religion, better society. So yeah, I think that might point to what you're saying being true. Like, it's not it's not Christianity or whatever that's making them toxic. It's they were toxic beforehand. Or yeah.
Yeah, I think the consensus is that marriage tends to make people happier, and then children tends to make people maybe a little less happy, but not by as much as marriage makes them happier. And then I think a big part of the issue with children has been argued to be, within a sort of suburbanized, isolated or atomized society. Problem with children is that there's no community support, or there's much less community support than in traditional societies in terms of extended family members, where you're with your uncles and aunts and cousins, and so any given adult can easily find other people to deal with aspects of their child rearing. And so children make people who don't have the larger community less happy, because those two parents have to feel like to shoulder all the burden. And these religious communities create networks of, additional adult support, child rearing. So that could be what's going on, and then longevity and happiness ripples too.
I could
The
see. Yeah, I could
most
see that.
unhappy to live is.
I wonder how. Let's see. I wonder how like a religion like a religion that encourages large families versus a religion that doesn't, like being some
Mhm.
Chinese monk versus like being a Christian. Or I wonder, yeah, I wonder what the happiness how the happiness levels would differ there. Uh
Mhm.
yeah. I'm thinking like in some ways does having the family encourage the community interactions, whereas like maybe the community won't be as strong
Mhm.
without the kids.
I was thinking, just in terms of the community alleviating the major downsides to raising kids in terms of personal happiness, and
Yeah.
while preserving the upsides. Um, you know, I haven't read Brian Kaplan's Selfish Reason to Have More Kids. It's the only book that I haven't read. I've
The
heard him talk
only
about it so many times. I feel like I know the
it is the only book you haven't read. You've read all other books.
the only Brian Kaplan book I haven't read. Didn't I say the only book is? Um, I'm on coffee. I'm not even drunk. But yeah, Brian Kaplan is pretty interesting.
100% modern society took away intergenerational living and then sells it back to us.
Mm, yeah,
Do I think that's
they
true?
killed the city. They turned the cities into places to come to for work,
Oh,
office
yeah.
buildings, and parking garages. It played on it played on fears. It played on fears of interacting with strangers and even with acquaintances, sort of like a level sub immediate family level, um, and atomized families, and suburbization. I'm pretty convinced it was just a disaster from a happiness standpoint.
Definitely, yeah. I always have a smile on my face when I watch like these uh these like Dave Portnoy videos of his pizza reviews, and you'll see him just like in New York City just like talking with everybody, offering slices of pizza to people, and like it's not the same as like maybe back in the day how we had strong communities and like like you go help out your neighbor on his farm or whatever. So it's not really that's the same meaningful connections you're having, but still it's like this nice little breath of fresh air where it's like, okay, maybe like it's part of this, like we're social creatures and part of this part of that still exists, and let's try and keep it. Yeah.
Just inviting my very good friend to come watch us.
Nice.
Here
Oh,
we
and it's
can,
back. Device not
cool.
connected. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Welcome back, Miss Anna.
Hello. Hello.
We were just talking about like the destruction of intergenerational living. And how it's destroyed our happiness. And then looks like you're inviting a friend, right, Jeremy?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Now that I'm doing it to another, and send it to my friend in California. Now I'm sending it to someone in Korea too.
Awesome.
All right. Okay, I'm back with you now.
Behave.
I was paying attention anyway, but I'm totally paying attention.
Cool.
We gotta
Are you
get some eyes here.
Are you gonna drink at all on the stream, or just I mean, I know you're kind of sick,
yeah.
so that's good. You don't have to.
I think I am. I think I'm gonna get some blackberry wine. It's not gonna be as bad on the cough as beer.
Oh yeah, beer. If I have a cough, beer is a no-go for me.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, sounds good.
Slay.
Yeah. Slay.
You kids and your slang.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. No, I mean people would say slay in high school, and I just sort of kept that in my vocabulary since.
I think it's funny. Slay. All right, well, lost my train of thought. Anyways, yeah, Dave Portnoy. You know who? With the pizza reviews.
Me?
Yeah, or
No.
Anna should know, but yeah, I think I really like his videos. Well, he does a lot of other stuff outside of pizza reviews, but he's some sports guy.
Whose videos?
So there's Dave Portnoy, right? He's part of the Barstool Sports.
Oh,
and
okay.
Yeah, and he does those pizza reviews in New York City or all around, sort of all around the U.S. And well, I really like the pizza reviews because of how we've become so much less social as a society, and it's kind of depressing. But his reviews are always so like people are talking, like chatting with him. He's giving away pizzas. Like it's very social, and even though it's like it's not exactly the same kind of social that we maybe had in the past with like everyone knew all their neighbors and there was sort of a stronger neighborhood community. It's still because like Dave doesn't know these people personally; they're just strangers on the street. But it gives like a little breath of fresh air that there's still some socializing in the world. And I think that's why I like it so much. He's eating like carnist pizza and stuff, so I don't really care.
Issue, right?
Yeah, I don't really care what he's doing with like what he rates the pizza or whatever. Like, I don't care about any of that. It's the socialness that happens.
Isn't it interesting how like different animal products intruding into content as they do have like very different like your psychological ability to ignore ignore that part of the content is different for different products. Like, kind of do it a lot more. Like if somebody's drinking like a latte with dairy milk, it's like just perceiving it as like they got their morning coffee. I got my morning coffee, and it's really easy to just focus on what they're saying. But somebody's like live stream while I eat my dinner, and and they're eating like a steak or something. It's a lot harder for me to make that dissociation.
Yeah, true.
I think
Yeah,
we
there
don't
are
talk
some.
enough how that totally applies to vegans. Like even when you're fully vegan in terms of your own consumption, like your psychological perception is not uniform when it comes to other people going about their day, and it doesn't really track like rational like harmfulness of those products very well. There's things going on, how our minds categorize different things, or how much they impact our senses, something like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking like personally, like true, I agree. But yeah, like just thinking personally, it's exactly what you're saying with the coffee. If I see someone eating ice cream, I really don't like have that, I guess, emotional care. Like I'm just like I don't like, I know it's bad, but I'm just like, okay, whatever. But like this show like Hot Ones, spicy
Yeah. Oh
wings
yeah.
and spicier questions. Like
Yeah,
I
and I
have a hard time watching
love
that. Like
incredible spice. Yeah, I love the concept of people eating increasingly hot things. He has to like ruin. It should all be vegan nuggets with increasing levels of hot sauce.
A lot of them do vegan wings.
Oh, yeah, I know. Totally ready to go for vegan guests, but and fucking Dinklage just did after announcing giving up his veganism, and just did it with actual body parts. I believe I heard that or saw it on some vegan site. I didn't watch Dinklage.
Like, I'm not that aware of Dinklage, but
you don't know who your Dinklage is?
I've heard
the
little
percent, the most famous little person actor.
Oh, yeah, from Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
he was working PETA and then vegan many years, and then his comments were basically just like he missed when fishing with his family. He missed he just acknowledged all that we strongly need to be true, that like the major factor why people quit is like family and friends and social connections to communists, and a lot of them like disguise that, or avoid acknowledging that truth and pretend that it was about health or something else. Alex O'Connor, who we know it was about health, and he was real stupid about it because his largest patron was Faraz Harsini, and he didn't even ask for help from this doctor he's very closely connected to. But
and his reasons kept
but
kind of
Dinklage was apparently honest about it and said, I just wanted to do the old things that I did with my family and friends.
Yeah,
and then went on Hot Ones, which has the vegan wings ready to go, and decided to make a point doing it with half chickens.
Yeah, lame. Of course, we don't like it when people stop being vegan, but it's better to be honest about your reasons than to lie about them, which is even more annoying. So,
the walrus and the carpenter?
What was that?
from
The walrus.
Alice Through the Looking Glass. The Walrus and the Carpenter. It's this poem in, I think, Through the Looking Glass. One of Alice books. It's this poem, the walrus, about the walrus and the carpenter tricking these like kind of like anthropomorphic oysters into like following them along as they sing a song, and into a place where, of course, you're gonna eat the oysters. It's kind of got this weird irony because you and I both believe that oysters are not sentient, and I guess you consume them sometimes, and I don't for more complex reasons. But in this story, like the oysters are portrayed as clearly sentient, right? They're like they I don't know if they talk, as they do, but they understand the walrus and the carpenter. They get tricked. And but the more issue between the walrus and the carpenter, the way that it gets brought up, like the key part of that is that the carpenter had like no moral qualms whatsoever about tricking oysters and eating them. He was just like, yeah, I got a good meal. Like, who cares? Like just like a psychopath, egoist, right? And the walrus was shed tears over what they're doing. The walrus was like feeling regretful as he was doing it. But then he ate much more than the carpenter. And I think like this story is told, it's like this poem is told to Alice by another character, like Tweedledum and Tweedledee or something. And then they're asking Alice what her judgment of characters is. And she's like sympathetic with the walrus because he felt bad for the oysters. And the character that reads the poem to her says like, but hey, more. that's like that view of who's worse. One who's like more closely attuned to the reality of the situation, can more self-honest, or the one who their manner of causes less harm. The carpenter caused less harm than the walrus.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Like it seems well I feel like the convo kind of comes back to this like thing a lot, like the bigger picture. But okay, like obviously the one who ate more caused more harm, and like in that moment they were yeah, they were worse. But at the same time, in the bigger picture, if you're able to actually sympathize and like feel bad about when you're doing something bad, then you're going to be doing less bad things in the future, in the long run, probably. But also, what if that doesn't happen? What if he just keeps on, just because he feels bad about it doesn't mean it makes it good.
Oh,
Mouthy spitting with these comments.
it's just
wow. Famous Jeremy Eubanks. Orbiter Anna is interacting with. It's pretty good stuff.
Let's get some of our spicier topics going here.
Yeah, I'm interacting with the chat. I'm the orbiter.
Yep.
Yep.
True.
It's the
The
pro skills. I can't read the chat on my phone here. I've got to pull it up on my computer. I've got it playing. It's way too small.
See, but
I thought
Melfi, you're also clearly an orbiter.
this is true. Got a bunch of orbiters up in here.
Yep.
What's the deal with all these orbiters? Oh, I wanted to talk
Is it
about.
true that Seinfeld never? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I heard somewhere that Seinfeld never on his show or in his act before had said, "What's the deal with?" That's one of those things. Like Darth Vader says, "Luke, I'm your father," and he didn't actually do it, but it just became a meme. And the first time he actually used that expression was when he did like a Seinfeld Jeopardy on SNL, making fun of stereotypes of himself.
Wow. That'd be so. I'm not surprised if that. I would not be surprised if that's true, and that's really funny. What's the deal? Bob Dogs. Oh my! I hope that's true. Should we look this up? Let's see. It's
I want to talk about Neil Gaiman, and you don't know that much about him, but art and artist, art doing horrible things.
Yeah. Here, I'm trying to see if I'm trying to answer the Seinfeld question. I'm really curious about this.
Yeah, that's good. We should follow up on this.
Jerry Seinfeld never actually says what's the deal with. Dude, that's awesome. So like, it is like a Star Wars thing. That's so funny.
What is that? What are you talking about? The famous line, like, "Luke, I am your father," that he doesn't. The line isn't. The line is like different.
I think he just says, "I am your father," or something like that.
Yeah, he says, "No, I am your father."
Right. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty weird.
I swear Seinfeld has. I swear Jerry has been like, "What's the deal?" Is he saying? Is it maybe something similar to where he like? Because "No, I am your father" is still really similar to "Luke, I am your father." So is he saying something like, "What's with that?" Or I don't know. But anyway, who's this guy that you?
By the way, Jerome, spoilers. Not everybody's seen Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, true.
It's 44 years.
Oh my gosh, no, this is true. It's so crazy. Like
You always love me for spoilers. I've spoiled so many things in our chats.
True.
I'm just like, to make a philosophical point, I'll just like talk about the ending of every like weird story. I spoiled the ones who walk away from a loss. I spoiled, I don't know how many movies falling down.
Yeah. But yeah. No, I feel like things like Star Wars, like it's so surprising if someone hasn't seen it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Doesn't know the key points about it if they haven't seen it. Like the Sixth Sense and stuff too.
I kind of feel bad for people that have to watch Star Wars without knowing, like Star Wars already knowing all the spoilers.
Well, didn't you watch Star Wars with the spoilers?
I mean, kind of. I mean, I watched them as a kid, so I didn't have as much like, I guess, time to. Like, I didn't know Luke and, or I shouldn't. Spoilers, but
No, but you already knew that when you watched it, right?
I didn't know that.
Okay.
George Lucas didn't know when he made when he had like the whole love triangle thing go on in the first movie. There's so much he didn't know. I don't think he knew any of the major points. I don't think he even had he had Darth as a title in the original, now called New Hope, because Obi-Wan refers to him as Darth. That's a weird thing to do. If Darth is just a title, as it eventually became for a Sith. I think the original movie, he literally had a first and last name. His first name is Darth, and there's all like the whole world of George Lucas is full of concepts that aren't acknowledged. A huge fan of the Star Wars universe. Like, it's the only like RPG, tabletop RPG universe that I never have any interest in playing a campaign in. Like, I'm a big fan of old school DD. But Dungeons and Dragons. But I'll do the Cthulhu universe. I'll do kind of Star Trek inspired space RPGs and vampires. Vampire RPGs are cool. But Star Wars RPG is big, and I'm not into that world.
I've never been a big RPG fan. Like, yeah, I don't know. I kind of, it's kind of lame, but I get kind of bored. They're going for so long. Oh my gosh. I thought I kind of wanted to talk about because this is what I've been thinking about for a while, is how how Mormonism. I've been on the topic of Mormonism for pretty much ever since Alex debated Jacob Hansen on Jubilee, but that Mormon theology
different from the one versus many.
Oh,
I
it's
saw
the same.
part of Alex doing one versus many.
Yeah. At the very end, the guy that he picks to talk with is a Mormon.
Oh, okay. I just didn't watch it far enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that it has better answers for the problem of evil than like any other Christian.
Okay.
So for
Want to
example,
explain the problem of evil for people, and because there are slightly different ways of interpreting too. So I'd like to hear your phrasing and some people.
I feel like you could probably phrase it better, but just basically, if God is all good and all powerful, why is there like unnecessary evil in the world?
Typically, like traditionally, it's evil in a somewhat antiquated sense. Right? We don't usually use it for these days, but it's evil in the sense of badness. Right? So the problem of evil doesn't only apply to like murderers and rapists in the world, but people doing what we call evil things. But it also applies to like, why people get painful diseases, and why do biological organisms experience suffering? Why are there natural disasters that destroy cities, and just why badness in the modern sense, right?
Why? Yeah, I think the best
Why
one.
is the world perfect?
Yeah. The way I kind of conceptualize it is like, if you can conceive of a world that's obviously better than this one, why doesn't that world exist?
Mm-hmm.
The world is better with 2% less cancer, or with less predators in the wild.
Why didn't an all-powerful and all-good being make the best world?
Yeah, essentially.
Worlds that no better world be conceived of, right?
But
Okay,
yeah,
so Norman answer to that is
so I think so there's a couple things. Number one, Mormons believe in like a pre-existence, so we consented to come here. Um, Mormons also believe that animals have souls, so in some way, like the animals are also part of that sort of um, consent in some way. Um, and then the other thing is that so that doesn't absolve evil, right? Because like you can just because you can consent to something that's bad doesn't mean that why is badness still there in the first place? Like why do you even need to consent to it? But uh the Mormon view of God actually isn't now they call him all powerful, but he's actually their view is he's not all powerful because
just way more powerful than us because he used to be like us and he did all the work and
correct, yeah.
build up.
So
What's the word? What's the word that Pokemon use? Just evolved.
evolved, yeah.
Uh-huh. I
So
thought there
he's
was
not
another word they use.
like
Mhm.
like traditional like Christians will say, God is all powerful. Like he created, the laws of the universe, and he created like the universe starts. It's God, and then God creates the universe. Where Mormons, it's more like um, God is part of the universe and like exists within the universe, and then can sort of uh, sort of knows the laws of the universe to the perfect extent. And then
Uh-huh.
the view is that suffering is like a law of the universe in the same way that like so in the same way that God can't like the same way that we can't create a square circle, God can't like
No, I was going to say God can't make 12 a prime number. Something, right?
yeah. So what he's done is he knows all these different laws of the universe and stuff, and he says, okay, this this world actually is the best possible world. Because his hands are like bound, like he can't. It's not that he chooses to have evil in the world; it's that he can't. Yeah, he doesn't choose to create evil for no reason. It's like he can't. It's there. It's just it's there. And then he has like a system, a plan where he's like, okay, this is the best possible world where you can then reach your full divine potential and then become as I am. But I think the biggest thing is that him not being all powerful solves a lot of issues with um the problem of evil. Um also with animals being part of the animals having souls and being part of the process of sort of reaching their divine potential. Like they don't become gods, but
Yeah. Then in the same fell swoop, it solved the logical problems with the concept of being powerful, right? That famously phrased as, the question, could God create a stone so heavy you can't lift it?
exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So that seems like a very like beneficial move for any theology. Just get rid of omnipotence. Actually, like really rare in history of religions, right? When you get individual religions rather than like adherents, it's really rare to even have omnipotence be attributed to their divine being or beings. The Greek and Roman gods weren't omnipotent. The Hindu gods aren't. I'm not aware of any like Native American cultures that believed in omnipotent divine being, unless they talked about
Poseidon.
the earth that's happening. So yeah,
I personally think Poseidon was all powerful, actually.
everything ocean. If
Yeah.
everything water, then Poseidon is all powerful. So so is the problem of evil the main problem that a secular ethical consequentialist should have with religion in general, with forms of Christianity?
Well, so I missed that. Is it the strongest
What?
argument against?
Is the main problem that I ought to have as an atheist ethical consequentialist with most forms of Christianity, that they basically claim that God can do anything he wants to do, and that makes him clearly extremely evil because he gives little kids cancer and gives people dementia and makes toothaches hurt so damn bad, and it took so long for humans to figure out anesthesia, and the endless list, right? That makes God a utter monster, a devil. Is that the main problem that I should have with Christianity, or
I think so. Yeah.
are there maybe other problems like okay? Because I mean there may be other problems, other things I should like that should make me think less of such religions, like believing that interventions like prayer will have positive effects, distract people from figuring out ways that will actually make the world better. Or of course, as a consequentialist, the sexual taboos of various forms of Christianity causing people suffering, like by physically restricting their ability to find happiness, and also causing psychological suffering by making them fear hell.
Part of
That's
me
normally
just thinks
what I think of as religion more than
part of me
the
just thinks
problem of evil, but
those things are those things are just like part of the problem of evil. Like maybe just more like specific examples of what.
like if an all-powerful God really didn't like homosexuality, then why didn't he just not make be any gay people in the first place? Then there wouldn't be any problem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or with like the prayer thing, like why is there a world where praying and getting closer to God like makes the world worse? Like what? Like yeah.
Yeah.
If it does, actually, I don't know if it does. I mean, do you think that's true? Do you think encouraging people to pray, like, I suspect that I've always had the suspicion that, like, I've suspected that, like, it probably makes the world better. People become more caring and more.
Mm.
But it's maybe, I mean, if you're praying instead of
I
actually
guess
doing
it depends. It depends what it is, right? Yeah. There are some people who live practical, essentially secular lives. Well, going to church and claiming to be religious believers, but all their actions can be explained in secular terms, and then they resort to prayer when somebody has a serious medical issue. They're already receiving medical care, but it's uncertain, like a major surgery. And then prayer just does seem to be this like empathic focus on the other that has positive consequences. But then there are other people who, if you say like, I got a job interview tomorrow, they're like, oh, we'll pray for you, and then you say like pray for everything, pray for their high school football team to win, and I think that it is kind of significantly distracting people from focusing on like real cause and effect.
I fell into this trap very similarly in high school. I really got into like new age spirituality, and I was like a big fan of the law of attraction.
Yeah.
So,
I was just thinking The Secret.
The Secret, yeah. The Secret was like my Bible. It was great, but I would like
believed in it for a while.
I would like lay in my bed and like visualize being like rich. Meanwhile, I have $0 in my bank account, and it's like I could have made so much money more money if I just like went out and got a job or sold something on eBay or.
Have you seen the Dave Chappelle bit about the law of attraction?
Mm-mm.
Where he goes like, can you imagine what that would sound like to some starving guy in Africa? To say, you see, what your problem is that you didn't visualize getting a nice steak not hard enough.
No, I remember being so into it. Like someone asked me like, "Oh, if you were in a car and like your brakes went out and you were about to like drive off a cliff, but you like really believed and visualized that you'd be able to jump out of your car and fly, and then like fly back to land. Like, is that possible?" And I was like, yes, it is. You just have to believe hard enough. So yeah, I mean, I can see a similar thing happening with prayer. You pray all day, but then you don't do anything.
Yeah, it's connected to this issue of that it's really central to the problems between religious and secular people is that the word belief and all of these like mental words are enormously ambiguous, and people aren't sensitive to that. People are just using them freely and acting in our real behavior as if we're talking about the same thing, and we're not at all. Like one person to another is not talking about the same, necessarily talking about the same thing when they talk about belief in God or belief in heaven or anything like that with the word belief. And then also when a given person says, I believe that mixing bleach and ammonia is dangerous, and I believe that when I die, my soul will be in heaven reunited with my lost loved ones. That's not the same thing. The relation between like their brain states and their verbal behavior and saying those sentences and their other behavior that results from that belief is not at all the same. And so using the same word for it keeps us deeply confused, because very few religious people believe that their soul will go to heaven when they die, thanks to the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, in the same way as we believe that mixing bleach and ammonia is dangerous. It's like, I don't know, I don't even know how we can describe it. We can start to describe it in their words, like the relationship between that their mental, their brain activity is, and their behavior, and the word believe. But it's not this straightforward causal, like with the bleach and the ammonia, that belief will make me never knowing mix them and act to make sure that other people don't, and that other people are aware of this fact, right? And that it's not typically the case for religious belief claims.
Are you
And I think all the mental words have that kind of ambiguity, and it just messes people up, messes our conversations up.
yeah, I agree. It can be really tricky. Do you think that? Do you hold the view that people can't come to truth through like spiritual means?
I guess I have a kind of pragmatist view of truth, and so sure, I think meditation produces a lot of very useful insights that have a pretty good claim to be called truth, you know, a pragmatic view of truth. I do think you I don't know how can I say this in a way that's just clearly practiced and doesn't play any like word games. I guess like the metaphor of toolkit, I think a lot of Eastern spirituality, especially the Buddhist traditions, have a lot of ways to expand your toolkit in very useful ways.
I guess
that's kind of how Sam Harris seems to come down. But in Christian, I mean, yes, I think I don't know if it counts as practicing Christian spirituality, but I think that the core Christian story is a very profound story, and I'm heavily influenced by the story itself and by a number of, I guess you would say, existentialist work that draw on the core story of a creator who created a lot of problems for the beings that were intended to be like him, and in some way realized that this is connected to his inability to relate to them, and address that problem by becoming a simultaneous instantiation of the mortal and the divine, and then enduring some of the worst suffering that the mortal being is capable of suffering for a divine purpose, in order to recreate the bond between the created and the created. I hope that's a decent enough summary. I never even phrased it like that before. It just came out right now. But yeah, that's really profound. I think reflect upon that, and reading works like Unamuno's Saint Emmanuel the Good Martyr, and the famous Grand Inquisitor story from the brothers Karamazov. Yeah, that's that's that gives people some really good tools for the toolkit. But again, I don't know if anybody's gonna feel like calling that practicing Christian spirituality, other than just reflecting upon a work of fiction as an interesting work of fiction.
So okay, so basically you think that sort of spiritual like experiences, you're thinking about it more of like a sort of like a Sam Harris sort of way. You know, people, I guess, finding meaning from the teachings of Jesus, or maybe doing meditation, but ultimately like it inspires like some sort of knowledge from the brain rather than like knowledge from like your soul, your spirit, right?
Yeah, maybe brain and body, maybe there are aspects of embodiment that are affecting our cognition in ways that we're not consciously noticing most of the time. But yeah, definitely the physical organism and gaining more cognitive tools through means. I certainly don't think that like that this kind of rationalist idea that coming up with words and then dissecting those words through conversation in English or in a natural language, or through reading and writing, is the be all and end all of ways to gain knowledge. Yeah, definitely not. I think there are meditative practice and also just insights to be gained from survivalism. You know, I really like backpack camping and just being alone and having to do everything and having to have everything that I need. And there's real insight into our condition to be gained from doing all sorts of things that I think can never be gained by just talking or just reading.
Okay.
Some people are going to call that ritual, and then like I was thinking about Walden Pond recently. If you want to call like he was doing their spiritual, means it's not the most unreasonable use of that word. I guess like accept it, and then I guess like I totally believe in spiritual, but no, I don't think there are like floating consciousnesses that aren't embodied or anything like that we can get to affect us.
This may be something we can dive into because I've recently deconverted from materialism. I don't know what I don't know what I actually I don't know what I actually believe, but I think I mean, it's hard to describe in words, but I think Rainn Wilson, out of all people, kind of gets it right. Where he was talking with Alex O'Connor, I believe, and they were talking about. Oh no, Alex O'Connor said there's a lot of atheists that will say like, "Oh, I used to think I was like feeling like I used to think I was spiritual, but turns out I just like music." But then there's this question of like, okay, but why do you like music? You know, um,
Yeah.
there's this question of like
Yeah, I don't know. Is something to do with the evolved brain, and I have some ideas, but really I don't know why I like music. Is that an insufficient answer? Just because it's is incompleteness a damning mark against it? the reason to abandon the physicalist account of such phenomena that
Well, there's a
that we
couple
have to
of
find out. We have to use better, get better and better science to find out
there's a couple of
what's
other
wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
there's a couple of other reasons that, like, sort of as you're painting a picture, you know, you have each little paint stroke, and it kind of paints a picture for me. Like each little thing paints a picture where it's like, okay, there's something more here. But I'm losing my train of thought. One thing is like, so like with evolution, right? So what's the point? Like you can say I don't know, but there's, I guess I'm in a lot of ways I'm appealing to like intuition and stuff, but like why are we conscious of everything? Like why wasn't it just like almost like pea zombies or something, you know, where life sort of takes form and we do all this stuff and it's like part of a system. Like why are we getting such great meaning from like sunsets and abstract art? Like what's the point of survival for that? And again, I guess it doesn't really answer your question because you
Well,
can just say I don't know, and eventually we'll find out. But
and
in
we
some ways, it
kind of do
feels.
know about certain things. You know,
Oh, go ahead.
know that there are you know phenomenon in terms of survival value, in terms of evolutionary psychology. You know, we know already that we have a really good explanation for why we like chocolate cake so much, despite it being unhealthy. And it's that in our evolutionary environment, the kind of very sweets that we would encounter were generally very good things for us to eat. So our evolved desire to eat berries gets hyper stimulated by the cake. So we know that there are a lot of examples of this sort of thing, and then if we only have partial, like preliminary answers to why we like music, in terms, you know, I think the best explanation, I might be biased from being a linguist myself, but I think far and away the best explanation has to do with important, you know, identifying the forms of different vowels and maybe different tones in languages were our survival value as a language used species, and kind of getting hyper stimulated. But if we don't have a very complete evolutionary psychological answer to why music is what it is, I think we have very good reason to suspect that a physicalist evolutionary answer is out there, precisely because we have other examples like the chocolate cake, or like getting sexually stimulated by a 2D image that, you know, even like an animated image you're not going to be able to reproduce with. We have tons of good examples of why there are things that we're inclined to like that won't serve our evil purposes or whatever, our evolution fitness. So when a new one comes along, you know, it's just I don't think that in general the existence of the unexplained should lead us to abandon the kind of explanatory processes that have explained so much, just because they in their current form have a limit. They've only gone so far. I don't think the problems remaining to be explained justify abandoning our best explanatory tools, which is science, which is evolution by natural selection, including psychology, which is, the physicalist account of the mind as arising from computational processes in, in bodies, in organisms. The more I think about this kind of thing, the more and more I become, a Denic illusionist, even an eliminativist about consciousness. Yeah, you're going in the direction. I'd like to hear you talk about it. Are you going the same way Matthew did?
Well, I'm not a theist. I'm not an atheist anymore. I'm pretty much an agnostic, but I actually don't really resonate with Matthew's arguments, not because they're not good or anything, just because it's not. I think with things like spirituality, and if you're a materialist or like if you're an atheist, and a lot of people think this is crazy what I'm about to say, but I think a lot of it has to come. It's two separate things. So you can do all these like, premise one, well, premise two, technically, but I think you come to spirituality, or you come to God through things like experiencing the sunset. Alan Watts, I guess he's kind of, a lot of people have gripes with him, but Alan Watts once said like Zen Buddhism isn't thinking about God when you're peeling potatoes, it's about just simply peeling the potatoes. Like, also, like Alex O'Connor, I love that guy. He's one of my favorites. But Alex O'Connor, has this quote where it's like, you're not going to find God under a microscope. So I think materialists are looking in the wrong places. So it's like
looking for something that there's some impetus to find why. Do you start the process of finding by assuming that some complex concept is there to be found, and then use that as a basis for determining your method? That seems backward. It seems to me that we find yourself in a world, and then we kind of develop better toolkits for looking, and then the looking tells us what's there. Why would we start with the idea that something that I'd call a God there to be found? It's like saying, there are invisible unicorns, and then from that, what would be the best, invisible pink unicorn detector? Well, it would be anything that detected color, because the invisible pink unicorn is invisible. It would, it has to be a method that can detect colorless pinkness. And you go down that rabbit hole, and then you're telling people, look, the problem, your ways of observing color are that they only detect color pinkness, but they're completely incapable of detect colorless pinkness. How should that person respond? I don't think our color detection systems are flawed because they can't detect colorless pinkness. And I don't think the fact that a microscope doesn't uncover any unicorns is a downside of the microscope either.
Well, I think a slight difference is that consciousness is something that we experience, so we know it exists, right? And then also this sort of spiritual, if you don't think it's like actually spiritual, but yeah, spiritual experience also exists that's tied to it. So I think it's a little bit different in that way, but it's not entirely like a unicorn. But
So what does Alice mean by you won't find God by looking into a microscope? Of course you won't if there's no God.
Well, I don't think you will if there is a God either.
How does the claim you won't find God looking into a microscope differ substantially from you won't find unicorns by looking into a microscope, or you won't find square circles looking into a microscope? What is it about God that makes that from the other two?
Something like a square circle isn't like conceivable where the existence of a God is.
I think some forms of things that are gods that you might call like a god, like maybe the Greco-Roman gods, are kind of close to being conceivable, but even then, not really. Because what does it mean? What it means to conceive of something, I think, is to have ability to like practically manipulate it or understand its workings. Maybe like at some level be able to recreate it or do things with it. So even then, I don't. This going back to my problem with these belief words. Even before we get to like omnipotent, omnibenevolent, whatever, I don't think we can really conceive of Thor in very important sense. There's this Eliezer Yudkowsky talk from several years ago, where he gives the example of lightning, and he says, which one of these is the simpler explanation? Thor, the thunder god, and he puts like up Maxwell's equations, like all these physics equations about electromagnetism and things, right? And they look really complex to most people, including myself. And and says, well, to our like evolved mammalian brains, it might seem like we ought to say Thor is the simpler explanation, but then when you try to program it into a computer, when you actually try to like make it work, you find out that we have no idea how to program a representation of an intelligent thunder god who has cognitive structures and desires, and how Thor uses these desires to interact physically with the universe to produce the lightning. Like you don't have anything. You just have like a word and like a vague like mammalian vision of a similar but much more powerful mammal. But you don't have a rich concept Thor in the sense of understanding the working parts and knowing how you might make a Thor, knowing how you might like interact with the Thor and build a Thor or build a model of a Thor, you know. So I think it's a kind of verbal trick to get people to say, okay, I can conceive of Thor. The non-physicalist does that kind of thing a lot. And when you really get down to like a sort of behaviorist, pragmatist's kind of way of looking at belief, it casts a lot of doubt on a lot of claims about what's believable and what it means to be believed. You know, when you demand more out of claims, people have to be able to create a mental representation of something. I hope that's good enough explanation.
It plays a role. I think
people like saying the word God and having vague associations and getting feelings out of those vague associations. But they don't actually have. Theists don't even have a concept of God in the sense of like a rich like representation of the structure of something. They would know how to manipulate in the same way that you, like a gardener, has written knowledge of the working part of the garden. Yeah. I guess so I'm anti-theist in the sense. I'm sorry. A lot of people use anti-theist in the sense of people who would hate God if God existed, or believe God exists and morally opposed to God. But I'm kind of an anti-theist or atheist in the sense that I'm skeptical that there is actually belief in God in a pragmatic, like useful sense of what it is to have a mental representation of something. I think people believe in saying the word God and making other vague claims and having vague associations, but I don't think people have anything like the rich mental representation of what this God word is supposed to relate to that they do when we talk about having knowledge of and beliefs about mundane things in our daily lives.
It plays a role, like for me, and it's one of the reasons why I'm not a theist, or not a theist yet. Just kidding. But yeah, because it is true. Like it's hard to. I guess I have some conceptions of what I could call God, but it's hard to conceptualize, and the ones that I do conceptualize, I don't believe in currently. But that's not true for well, I guess it's still kind of general and broad, but the view that there's something more than material world, like the conception that like love exists, the consciousness exists, I don't know, I don't know. These are such abstract topics. It's hard to describe in words. I guess in some ways I feel like sort of the
That's part of the problem.
understanding of like consciousness and like love existing, like meaning, and like these things aren't just physical. In some ways, it feels like
Isn't there a sort of
someone asking
question
like,
in
"How do you
it?
know?" Like, how do you know? I like your partner asks like, "How do you know that you love me?" or something like that. It's like I don't. I mean, I can't. I really can't describe it.
Well,
I do.
I would say it's, it's revealed in consistent pattern of behavior. And not just revealed in patterns of behavior, but constituted by the patterns of behavior. Not this inherently internal, unshareable qualia that the behavior communicates and evidence of, but like patterns of the behavior itself. When it includes, it's not in that sense, it's not limited to behavior of like my doing nice things for you, giving you things, spending time with and helping you and so forth, but also include in the behavior, like what happens to me physiologically when I hear your name or something like that, right? This kind of physical behavior included. Like when you include all of that, all of those causal connections relating to another person, you get physicalist, behaviorist phenomenon that is definitely what we reasonably call love. I don't see. I don't. The word "just" I was going to say it seems question begging. What the very question is whether there's anything in the world that's not captured by an eliminativist physicalism, and just saying just of just physical. The physics doesn't think that there's any just there. It's kind of like saying, I don't know if you like that, but like just entities. Like, what would there be that's not entity? Sets, I guess. I don't. I think the heart of the problem is throwing around mental terms, basing entire like conversations upon them without really trying to think about how well they're grounded in behavior or in physical explanations, and also without thinking about to what extent they're the two uses of the term, like believe, feel, are similar or possibly very different. That comes up with the kind of rationalist argument that Matthew Adelstein uses for his theism. Like, he starts off premises like, could there be like a universal perfect mind that's disembodied? Like, is that logically possible? Is that conceivable? And then he kind of starts by saying, well, yes, it's obviously conceivable. And I react to that premise by going like, what on earth does that mean? Like, to just say that that's conceivable. I know that you can say those words, you can say that sentence, but what would having a mental representation of like perfect universal mind even begin to look like? What would behavior be like if I had such representation? I think it's plain as day that I cannot have representation, and that math doesn't, and that a human brain cannot. So I reject many of his premises like that. As I reject the idea that we can cognitively represent a Chinese room, the way that it's described in some way that it would actually produce the Chinese output. So I reject the premise of that thought experiment. I reject the premise of Mary's room, that it's just totally absurd that we could imagine what it would be like to know. So Mary's room is like a brilliant neuroscientist who has spent her entire life in black and white room, never seen color, but has learned everything there is to learn physically about color. And then we're supposed to have the intuition that when she leaves the room for the first time and sees something red, that she gains some new knowledge. And I think it's completely ludicrous on its face to think that we can intuit what it's like to know every physical fact element to color and color perception. We can't. No brain can. The computational system that would be able to represent every physical fact about color perception, I don't know. Like, if the universe could contain it, I don't even know where to start at such a thing. But I know that Frank Jackson did not intuit that, what he claimed to intuit as part of his argument, and nobody I know ever has, and I'm virtually certain that no human brain can. So you can't make an argument about qualia, an anti-physicalist argument, is extremely absurd. The kind of thing is done all the time. I think it frustrates Daniel Dennett, and it frustrates me.
It frustrated Daniel Dennett so much that he died.
The spiritual, non-physical causal powers materialize themselves as lung disease.
Yep. Yeah.
He should have been vegan, though, man.
I should what?
He should have been vegan. Dennett, was such a human exceptionalist. Like, he seemed to think that the presence of language, the human skill, constituted a great leap, not just in terms of what we could do, what we could build, how we could flourish on the planet, but in terms of the kind of beings that we fundamentally are. That although I agree with them with so much, I very strongly disagree with that, and don't think that we're an extremely different form of consciousness from our fellow mammals. Yeah.
Maybe I've been like
would have had
hypnotized.
a few more years if it would have gone plant-based.
Oh, sorry, continue.
Sorry. No,
I think there's a lag going on, so there are lots of interruptions.
I'm speaking backwards through time as a Tralfamadorian, trying to get past Daniel Dennett to go vegan and not only save the animals and be a good message, but and be a more consistent physicalist, but also had a few more years to life.
Yeah,
because he was
it's a,
producing great ideas right until a month before his death.
definitely. It's a shame that Sam Harris, because he was going down that path, right? He was vegetarian for a while. I think he tried it twice.
Mm.
You know, he's talked about it a few times, but he eventually is just eating everything now. So
Mm. Yeah, it's really a shame.
the last he was on Peter Singer's podcast, and he was talking about how it's he mostly does it because like he well first, like, one, he couldn't figure out how to do it healthily. He kept getting sick, which I think is cope. I think he's probably lying about that. But then
Mhm.
also he was saying that he had a hard time, like his he's a young child, and who it's hard to give like a nutritionally adequate diet when they're so picky.
Yeah.
Um, but it's like
I think
if you really care about your like, you could say, oh, yeah, you really care about your child, and maybe you're willing to do like maybe the wrong thing for the love of your child. Um, it's like, sure, but that doesn't get rid of you either. Like, just because, like, you can keep trying. Like, you're an adult. Um, you know what I mean? Like,
I think there are a lot of resources for dealing with picky eaters that aren't even coming from a vegan standpoint. And yeah, I think people aren't trying enough. Not just in terms of different foods, but they aren't trying enough in terms of parental techniques. Because there are entire cultures that they have fairly limited range of traditional food sources, and like their kids don't just have an epidemic of dying because they're picky eaters. As far as I know, I think that probably would have identified, but it would have been so highly selected out genetically to be a picky eater in our ancestral environment to that sort of degree. There's just like prima facie burden of proof on the person who claims that there are long-term picky eaters, because we wouldn't, most of our evolutionary environment would have involved eating anything edible that you were able to get, right? So, like, unless there's something to do with like the pregnancy, what the mother was eating while pregnant in our ancestral environment, causing the children to not become picky eaters, and versus what women are eating in developed countries, causing different fetal development, and then that's why we have congenitally picky eaters. I guess that could be a plausible story, but my presumption would just be that would have been one of the major things that would have been highly selected against, and that the picky eater phenomenon is more about more a phenomenon of like coddling parental norms. It is about what a child will actually eat. when they're hungry.
Yeah.
So I don't
Or
buy that excuse.
a lot of it's probably environment too. Like I'm thinking about myself where when I noticed that I had friends that their families would eat with their, dinner with their family. It wasn't cool to be picky, where
Well, that's how it is in Korea. In Korea, it's very much not cool. It's like you're a baby. You're not becoming a big kid if you can only eat like white rice and chicken nuggets or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like, exciting to try new foods. It's like
They're proud of when they're able to eat the normal spicy kimchi. When they're able to eat spicy cheese and stuff. Yeah, it's a culturally, it's a mark of development that kids are proud of. It means it's part of they're moving up to more like the big kids.
Yeah, there's the same thing for me with sharing food as well. Like growing up, my family's a little bit different now, but growing up, my family would never share food. It's like, oh, can I have a bite of that? Like, can I try what you got? And then I had some friends, and I remember my friend shared like a slice of pizza with their mom, and I was like, people do that? Like, what? This is crazy. But then the whole world opened up for me, where it's like, oh, now I can share food with everyone. Share it with your friends, with your girlfriend, with your yeah. And I think it's the same with like being a picky eater in a lot of ways. It's like you go to you go to your friend's house, and they love trying new foods. They don't say, ooh, like, I will never try broccoli, or it's like, let's think of how many different ways we can try broccoli. You can boil it, you can fry it, you can oven bake it,
puree it into creamy soup. Grill it. Smoky barbecue flavor makes a lot of things taste better. It never actually clicked with me that smoke produces umami until I watched a video recently of this vegan chef talking about different cooking tips, and he included amongst with the umami ingredients. Apparently, it's like scientifically true that like umami receptors are pretty highly triggered by this smoky taste.
Interesting.
Most umami is about glutamates, and the smoke isn't actually producing glutamates, but it's still firing off the glutamate receptors in the tongue.
Yeah, it's like a key component that allows it to happen. I tend to not watch a lot of those like cooking videos just because I hate cooking. I'm very lazy. I hate cooking.
I love cooking, man.
I wish I did.
Cooking is like alchemy. It's like alchemy, like in Skyrim or old school alchemy, except it's real.
You are the alchemist.
Yeah.
I really wish I liked cooking because I could eat so much better, but no, I go for the easiest option. Nasty 30-cent ramen and a PB&J. That's kind of what I'm eating these days.
I'm gonna go put something in the toaster oven pretty soon because I have to go get some alcohol too. But I'm gonna eat something that's not elaborate today and put in. I just don't show the bag, show the band here, but some plant-based tteokbokki. So it's kind of like minced meat patty, you know. So kind of like a burger. I'm gonna put that in the toaster oven, and I'm gonna, when it's done, put a bagel into the toaster oven for a little bit. Make myself a
Alright.
little bagel burger.
Sounds good. Make one for me. Ship it
Yeah.
over.
I got some different greens. I use some perilla leaves. You know what perilla is?
I don't actually.
In Korean, it is called kaenip. Some people call it wild sesame or some like burst sesame, though it's not really to the real sesame plant. But it's like very nutritious and tasty green that also grows wild in parts of the U.S. I think in the South, and people don't eat it very often.
So it's,
Yeah.
they're saving it for you.
There's so many. I was talking to my coworker last night, who's a cook. He's actually he has this side business. Besides being a teacher, he's like he's the hot dog guy. Okay, so he's a big carnist. I invited him on here. I wanted him to listen, but we were talking about how in Korea, like especially older people, but you know, even some young people too, they go out and pick like wild herbs, wild plants. You see them by the side of the rivers. You see them like out on different islands. And I go camping, you know, you just see people that know the plants again. The big one is mugwort. So we were just talking about how the mugwort season, the souk season is about to start, you know, beginning of spring. And people just go out and pick wild mugwort, bunch of other like leafy greens, and we were talking about how that like those kind of plants exist all across the U.S. too, but our food culture like only seems to include the plants that are produced commercially. It's like agribusiness has managed to drive out any desire or cultural norms of eating the very things that you can basically get for free that are just growing wild.
There is a TikTok trend of people like foraging. They go out and find all these different plants and stuff, and
Yeah, I think probably the cultural idea in America that mushroom foraging is just incredibly reckless, idiotic behavior. Like it's just so taboo.
you're gonna find a poisonous one.
When it's a norm in many parts of Europe, like including in Germany, like including some like very developed nations, to learn and teach, you know, safe mushroom foraging skills, and along with like identifying the safest kinds that don't look like any poisonous kinds. Also, like when there's a risk, when there's doubt, you know, eating a tiny piece, you know, which won't kill you but will make you very, very ill if it's the wrong kind, and then you know, quite a while, several hours before you're gonna cook the batch, like that. It kind of seems like, you know, one of those conspiracies that's true, that in America we got fed all of these, I don't know, just like slowly our culture got transformed where a lot of Americans only eat a small range of plants, and they're all commercially produced things. and there's in many parts of the country there's this bounty edible wild plants that you never see in the store because it wouldn't be profitable. Because if people ever got used to eating them, they would realize, oh, this is the same thing that I see like growing in the park over there, and they stop buying it in the store.
Profit over people. Let's go.
Yeah. America really is not an ideal culture.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just that bad politicians somehow manage to get good people to elected. It really is. There's a lot that's lacking the culture itself.
What are some other things that you think are lacking in the culture? Like
well, extended family, willingness to live extended families, that makes so many things so much easier.
Willingness to what?
You know, willingness to live with extended families. You know,
okay, yeah.
Aunts and uncles, and 3-4 generations living in the same like home or same cluster of homes. Whereas we have this norm where the ordinary path to success involves getting a fully detached home in the suburbs, or only your nuclear family, that makes like very porous of space and like often limits contact to extended family. Only vacations, holidays, whatever.
Well, even like single people, like people have roommates not because they want to and like have a community and like, but they have them because they can't afford to live alone. But if they had the money, they would live alone. And I think it's probably better to have roommates.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or to live in an urban part of a building where your neighbors, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
that's regarded as a positive in your life, enhancement to your life. Yeah, and there are subcultures. There are ethnic subcultures in America that have those sorts of communal norms. So I'm kind of talking about the dominant, like, major culture.
Yeah.
In that criticism, but that kind of communality is not just a phenomenon of poverty in the developing world. There are very developed nations that don't have this like hyper atomized set of norms that the U.S. has. I mean, the clearest examples being East Asia, but also I think Northern Europe. Scandinavian countries are not nearly as atomized as America are. Mexico too, Mexico has a lot of problems, but in the better parts of Mexico, I think they've managed to be socially progressive and become highly developed, while retaining a lot more traditional norms that make people happier than in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, I guess the good thing about the U.S. is that it's so big and there's so many different states with different sort of cultures. You can find not always, but oftentimes you can find what you're looking for. But it would be better if it was just good all around and not only in specific cities and specific states. And yeah.
Well, you know what? Clearly, there's a problem with culturally bad people moving from their state to a state with better culture norms. So you better keep them out. You better build that wall so that the people in Arkansas can get Oregon. You've got to build that wall. I've got to have the troops to ship them back, right?
True.
The closed borders, anti-immigration people. It just baffles me why they don't even think. What if they applied their logic to migration between states? You know, different states, rural and urban places have such vastly different cultural norms. Why is that not a problem? Why is everything not falling apart because people are allowed to move from, people are allowed to free movement from like the most dangerous inner cities to any suburb. You can just drive there. Nobody's going to stop you. And the world's not falling apart because of that. But it's to fall apart because the national border is involved. I think one of the points Brian Kaplan makes, his own borders is amazing. Do you know anything about Brian Kaplan in general? He's an economist who writes a lot of popular books on a number of controversial topics. Do you know the comic Saturday Morning Breakfast cereal? SBC?
Mm-mm.
You might have seen it because it got memed around and not recognized what it was, but it's a really outstanding, very intellectual comic. The artist is Zach Wienerson, and Kaplan's Open Borders is a graphic novel defending, or open borders, of course, drawn by Zach Wienerson. It's really great. But Brian Kaplan's other books are, like his first big book on the scene is called The Myth of the Rational Voter. And it's contesting this idea that like people's voting patterns reflect rational ignorance, like and like the aggregate of votes, all the voters put together will amount to a rational decision. But goes through a lot of these biases that he thinks that humans tend to have that cause voters to make irrational decisions. His other books are, I mentioned earlier today, Selfish Reasons to Have More Kids. He's got, I think, 5 kids. He's like a very natalist. I think I saw an announcement from him about the natalist conference that he's going to be speaking at. And he wrote The Case Against Education. It basically argues that most of education is about signaling what the kind of intelligence and other traits, conscientiousness that people already have. So not a lot of actual skills are developed or knowledge learned by the extended process of education that they have. What else? Case Against Education, Selfish to Have More Kids, Open Borders. I feel like there's another big one. And Selfish Reasons to Have More Kids, one of his big controversial things is, even though totally backed up by the fact, is that like parental technique doesn't really seem to have very much of an effect on the child that ultimately results. It's genetics and chance that are two big things. Chance being like random things that somebody might eat, or injuries that you might have that affect your development, child diseases and things like that. All of them that they're chance, but genetics, chance are the two huge things. And then there's like lesser but significant influence of peer group, and then parenting techniques just seem to be pretty small, and people come to mistaken conclusion that parental technique and influence means so much, because kids do tend to turn up very, very similar to their parents, but that's really reflecting genetics.
I've heard this before. Yeah. Oh.
Child abusers are more likely to have children who are child abusers, because the kinds of factors that tend to lead to child abuse are highly heritable. Not because abuse victims continue the cycle of abuse. I think we're justified in calling that a myth at this point.
I guess the saying hurt people is wrong in this context.
In that context, yeah. I mean, in the context of living in a community where you've got to be able to be violent to defend your property, your family, and so then it is actually strategically good to become a violent person who people don't want to mess with. In that case, hurt people makes sense.
Yeah.
In terms of an effective environment. Yeah, but yeah.
No, but I have heard that before. I haven't looked into it, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's true that it's not that those who were sort of abused as a child, grow up to abuse other children. It's more so that they're typically abused by someone in their family. So there's a genetic. I wonder how that.
Yeah, the studies are there. It's not ambiguous. The adoption and twin studies, generally, they show the same kind of outcome for all the different phenomena. And go look one up right now, but yeah. Adopted kids whose biological parents are physically abusive, even when adopted as babies, they show similar ratio, similar frequency of abuse as adults to biological children of abusers who are raised by the abusers.
I'm thinking about how this plays a role in like abortion, like the pro-life versus pro-choice movement. If you were like abused as a child, like maybe you should really consider not having kids. And then also the common considerations of like you're thinking of having an abortion. Maybe you had like a pretty decent life, but maybe you're in hard times. You're thinking of having an abortion because you think that like you won't be able to like maybe you won't give the child a good life and you'll like hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's not as significant as you think it is. And if you just had the kid, you'd still give it a good life, even if you're poor or if the kid goes into some adoption agency
Hmm. I think there's a lot of problems in talking about what constitutes a net positive life that come up with the so-called repugnant conclusion, where it's like there's this emotional ambiguity that's not acknowledged generally, that confuses people's responses to the problem. Where on the one hand, you don't want to say this particular person's life overall was not worth living, unless it's really, really horrible, because it sounds impolite. It sounds like elitist. It sounds like you're going to do something dangerous, like you're going to become genocidal or something, because you label some lives like net negative. But then I think that the kind of level of badness that a life has to be in order for it to be seeable in polite company, that life is not worth living, is much lower than the actual point where life is net neutral. So, of course, we're not clear about making sure that the kind of standard for a good a net positive is a net negative life that's relevant to the philosophical argumentation is the same as the level that is going to make it sayable in polite company, that person it would be better if that person had never been born, right? So like I don't think that like the real like the I don't think that the best, let's say, standard of how good a child's life is going to be expected to be that's relevant to like a morally good person making the abortion decision way or the other is as low as it would have to be for everybody to like socially accept you're saying it. Like somebody who's like constantly like horrifically abused, if we know that that's life going to be born into, then yeah, almost everybody's going to accept our saying that that it's a good decision not to bring that child into the world. Even the people who are pro-life, they're just gonna say that like that's tragic, but it still doesn't make deliberate killing acceptable. Like they're going to like a deontological rule-based stance, but still be able to say like it's not crazy to say that that child is going to have a negative life. But I think in reality, like people who are going to be born prone to depression, like severe depression that it's going to be hard to treat, that might be enough to make a life not worth living, a life net negative. And it's not cool to say, because you could be mislabeled as, wanting to round up and execute people with depression, which is a totally different thing. But I think there might be things like that are confusing the issue because these taboos to to talk about negative utility of any kinds of common conditions. Do you see my talk with Phil where we kind of talked about this a lot? About how fear of getting labeled a eugenicist prevents people from really talking honestly about how bad certain conditions that a lot of people experience can be.
So there's this comment from Hyperlink.
Oh,
I'm kind of
read it.
yeah. So that's kind of tricky though, because what about cults? Cult-like mentality that leads to behaviors that otherwise weren't hereditary, or even people being institutionalized and behaviors that can follow. This is next.
I don't think cults generally recruit people randomly. I think cults, good leaders, I mean good, not in the moral sense, but effective cult leaders get good at identifying people who are mostly genetically prone to being brought under the control of cults. That's my short answer. It is hereditary. The susceptibility is largely hereditary. One of the main skills of the cult leader is identifying quickly and effectively who's a good target. And that's the same for many other kinds of victimization, that likely victims have largely hereditary characteristics that victimizers learn to identify.
Yeah, I guess I mean I can see like a lot of religions doing that too, not just cults, but not even on purpose, just like the type of questions that like a missionary may ask.
Mm-hmm. I think the difference you see between large religions and cults, like I think there's a difference between a religion and a cult in my mind that's not just whether I like it or not. Like a lot of people say there's no difference, and it's just cult is just a slur for a religion. Like I think that like long-standing major religions, because they have to appeal to a genetically very diverse set of brains. Religions are characterized by having lots of different methods of persuasion and lots of different ways of relating to the religion. Like they have the like deep theology way to relate to like very academic, intellectual sorts of brains, and they have the community way, people who really value the social bonds, and they have the like emotional way where you have prayer to alleviate your fears. And then they have the spiritual experience and miracles way that might be relating to people who are like a little schizophrenic. And so religions have this multiplicity of tools to try to bring in who happen to be born in that community to the church in their different ways, through the different strategies that appeal to all the different personality types. And cults that exist as a minority within a much larger community they have the numbers to be able to go out into the larger community and select a specific vulnerable personality type from that large community.
I could see it.
I don't think Charles Manson like randomly picked women out of the phone book, and I don't think he just picked for their looks. Like the first women he saw looked like that. I think they had a lot of hereditary characteristics in the way their brains worked that he's able to go out and identify a much larger group of people as the best target.
Yeah, or even just the way he talked, having well, in some ways, because Charles Manson, so it's not some big religion or something, but having people come to him just from his yeah, the way he's expressing views, and that when people do hear it, they're more likely to be drawn to it. Side note, I think it's really funny that Charles Manson has a song called "Don't Do Anything Illegal." And
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Seen that. I don't haven't actually heard that song. I've seen the reference to that before. There was another song his I think like play the most is the example of him being actually a pretty decent songwriter.
Oh, I
like the title, but
I like some of his songs.
Good.
Yeah, there's one. There's a song called "Look at Your Game Girl," and I think it's actually pretty good. Which is
that goes into the artist thing, doesn't it? One of the things I posted to you about Neil Gaiman apparently being a total piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I've yeah. Let's go into it. I've never heard of this guy. He's an artist. He's a
Yeah. Do you want me to go and stick that pad in and go get some booze?
Get some.
It'll take me like less than 5 minutes. It'll take me like around 3 minutes to convenience stores down the stairs.
Go for it. Go for it. I'll hold the fort.
All right, that'll be good. We'll get into that. Peace.
Hell yeah. Let's see. Let's look at these comments. You mentioned Charles Manson in a conversation earlier. Charles Manson has been kind of brought up a couple of times in this little niche community of us folk. That's a good ass song. Are you talking about "Look at Your Game Girl"? Because it is a good ass song, dude. It's pretty good. What is this? Think of vegans as people who are aware of his crimes and conspiracy, etc., and non-vegans as the people who only picked up his album in the record store. Got your game, girl. I think it's a pretty good. Yeah. Let's see. Vegans are. Let me think about this analogy. Yeah, I like this analogy. Do we think that Charles Manson is a good guy? He makes good songs. That's so funny. My local farmer is a good guy. He makes good animal products. I was thinking today about how uh try, before I went vegan, like trying to convince myself that I shouldn't go vegan because I still to this day I like dude I In-N-Out burger double animal style with the Neapolitan shake. Hallelujah. And I was like, dude, I don't want to have to not eat that anymore because I love it. So I'm like actively searching all over to trying to find like arguments against veganism, and then they were all so bad. It was just like, oh god, like the arguments against veganism in a lot of ways convinced me of veganism.
Yeah, me too.
No, I have since.
Here's my product placement.
Ooh, this is a sponsor.
This is Table plant-based tokabi from the BB Go company.
Use code Jerem50 for 50% off.
All right. Toaster oven is going. I got this.
Yeah. Let's go.
Black raspberry wine. 20-something percent. 21%. My beer.
Yeah. Let's go.
We'll do the beer. Need a little bit of a chaser for this really strong stuff. I'll drink right out of the bottle, out of the proper cup, even though I have a nice set of cups for this. So, you don't know anything about Neil Gaiman. So, best overview. I mean, he's multi-talented, graphic novel author and regular novelist. He wrote the, somewhat child-oriented, but still liked adults, Coraline, which is made into a fairly successful movie.
Yeah.
He wrote a novel called American Gods that I have here and am not going to read. I got it from a coworker who moved out of Korea. I'm going to make the choice not to read it now. But I also have he also wrote a comic series called Sandman, which is really excellent, which I read in Korean. I have the full series in Korean here. Some of the comics that really helped me with my my reading fluency, and he's notable not just as a good artist, but also as playing sort of a role in the culture wars, right, on the progressive side. His Sam comics from the 90s some of them are very strongly pro-trans, incorporate a number of trans, or I guess you would say non-binary or queer sorts of characters. And so he's kind of way ahead of the curve in that respect. And so also recently he had become sort of a central antagonist J.K. Rowling. As there's this entanglement of him disliking her work itself. He had written a graphic novel about a wizarding school. He's one of the sources that people claim Rowling, ripped off from, along with Ursula K. Le Guin, and so Gaiman clearly didn't like her work, and also, of course, didn't like her her anti-trans or whatever. I'm gonna try to say it in whatever neutral way. Or what people call turf. I don't want to say so-called turf. I undulate between these positions. I don't have an extremely strong position on either side. It's complex, but
Yeah.
so I'm just trying to give a fair, objective overview. Gaiman the artist disliked Rowling the artist, and both Gaiman and Rowling disliked one another's political stances, especially when it came to trans people. And then it recently came to light that Gaiman is a total fucking piece of shit who for many years has, used his prominence as artist, but also his perceived very progressive cultural values to basically get involved with very non-consensual BSM with very young women. I'm not sure if any of them were underage, but this is like a man between the ages of 50 and maybe 65 that he is now, with this string of 20-year-old women, including ones that were in his employment, like nannies. And one of the stories is about him basically raping the nanny while having her call him master, while his young son was in the room, just with earbuds on something.
That's okay. All right, that's
and then to the point where the son, 5-year-old or something, started telling the nanny that she needed to call him master. There's a lot. You could go read a detailed account or whatever, but yeah, this is worse than Weinstein shit. But a guy who is not just regarded as extremely talented, but who work, very culturally progressive people admired, not just for being technically good art, but for being a progressive voice in society, I guess you could say.
Yes.
So the level of betrayal that a lot of people feel is extreme. Lots of YouTube videos about his former fans reacting.
Interesting. Yeah, the person who has been seen as the good guy who's battling the villain of J.K. Rowling, J.K. Rowling, turns out to be the villain.
Yeah, and he provided red meat for her too, because she was out tweeting pretty quickly about, trying to connect, the typical, I guess, radical feminists. I don't think it categorizes the majority of them, but a common position that has been articulated within radical feminism is that these sorts of genderqueer feminist approaches mask a lot of abusive behavior. and like that there's some kind of inherent aspect of rationalizing harmful abusive behavior in the ideology itself. That seems to be what Rowling believes. It's really interesting. I mean, she's an interesting character, you know, thinking about how the Potterverse might be culturally reactionary in some ways. I think talking too much, but
I'm gonna be honest. I missed like the last like say 2-3 minutes of you talking. I lost my train of thought. I got distracted, and I missed all of that. I'll be completely honest with you.
Oh, so what? From what point?
You were saying. Let's see. I guess from when
You
I
call
stopped.
my description of Damon is accused of doing, right?
Yeah. So. Yeah. I heard all of that with his
And
the
then
rape and like the
there are
and then I heard
there's just especially large reaction as his fans were not only fans of, you know, the quality of art itself, but the cultural role he seemed to be playing. You know, which is antagonistic to Rowling's position.
yeah, so people saw him as like the good guy, and then it turns out, whoa,
Yeah.
uh-oh, cancel that, hold on.
The only thing I said after that is that Rowling has been tweeting about it too, about
that's the
issues
part I
with
missed.
Damon, to try to tie it into like broader critique of a, you know, a genderqueer, like highly, you know, pro-trans type of feminism, which her type of radical feminist is sort of inherently suspicious of. Like the Rowling type of ideology, it wouldn't necessarily be a surprise that this sort of abuse would come out of Damon's perspective. So, yeah. And I guess I have the kind of position that is going to make almost everybody hate me because I'm quote unquote in the middle, but I'm not really in the middle. Every time I think about it, I find some new angle in this war that prevents me from being able to commit to either side.
Yeah,
I want to defend the turfs, say that they're making some reasonable points, but then I go and listen to them, and then I find some aspect of what they're saying is just pure evil bigotry, and then I want to go over and listen to the other side, and I do.
Yeah, it's like a. I think the same thing that's happened with sort of trans stuff is what's happened with like people like Jordan Peterson. You know, you fight against the woke left so much, you eventually become part of the woke right.
Right. Yeah. I like that term, woke, right? Yeah, that Peterson is the fighting example of it. Probably the core example of it. It's like it becomes curiosity killing, right?
I used
It
to.
pressures you to know all the answers, act like you know all the answers, and act like other people are easily categorized to the good side and the evil side.
Yeah. It's like a lot of it's like
Keep
talking over
talking.
each
I'm
other, and then so like the right will say something like, "Hey, maybe like maybe we shouldn't give like kids puberty blockers," and then the left will be like, "Oh, like that's it's like why do you?" Maybe this is a bad example, but basically the right will say something. There's a spiral that happens. So yeah, the right would be like, maybe we should ban puberty blockers, and the left will be like, no, 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 because there's some instances where maybe puberty blockers would be good still, and then the right goes, oh my gosh, you want to like castrate kids, and then the left goes, oh, you hate trans people, and then the right goes, this is a cult. Let's end it for even people after 18. And then it's like oh, now you're like a bunch of bigots, and like I'm gonna dig deeper into the trans stuff. Actually, we should give like, if you have one thought that you're a woman, take the puberty blockers. Like they just go deeper and deeper into um their positions, where if they just I guess we're maybe a little open-minded and more compassionate, we wouldn't be in this area, because I don't think people actually believe like in these extreme positions.
In terms of like what I was saying about the ambiguity of belief, in terms of like something that could be related to their behavior, like predictions about their behavior.
Yeah.
It's not going to be on these extremes that their verbal behavior is very polarized. But in terms of what actual beliefs would like motivate their behavior into somebody in person, there aren't actually many people that are on either extreme, right?
Yeah. No, I see it in myself as well. I see like the past maybe 2 years or so, I've become like, there was a sort of a period in time where I really liked making controversial statements. And like I would say I believe them, but like I don't really believe them. Like I mean, my ultimate values, my core values are still there, right? Like I'm still utilitarian, but like I was posting things on Twitter like we should kill homeless people. Like it's like no, like, it's crazy, And
Was this pre-Musk Twitter?
what's up?
Was this pre-Musk Twitter? How did you avoid a ban?
I've been banned from Twitter
this
many
Musk?
times. I've been suspended from Twitter many times, and yeah, but
Not on.
yeah, I've said a lot of crazy stuff. I think no, I mean over the past 2 years or so, I've especially focusing on like long-termism and stuff. I'm like, no, I got like I'm just basically chasing the drug of attention when I say controversial things, and I don't actually like. I think I believe them in the moment, but I don't actually believe them. It'd be very, very bad to kill homeless people. Or I used to say things like, Like I used to subscribe to the meat eater problem. Be like it would be good to like kill carnists if you can get away with it.
Oh, I still do accept Michael Plant's argument of the horror meat eater problem when it comes to at the societal level and at the charity level. I don't think that bringing large communities out of poverty is an overall good thing unless and until it's heavily paired with efforts to instill plant-based cultural norms. It doesn't have to be a full ideological veganism, but it's not going to be good to bring 1 billion humans out of poverty if that's going to mean that they dramatically increase their meat consumption and shift it from some wild animals and like home farmed animals to CAFOs, to industrialized factory farming. That's going to be a net negative. You know, I do mark distinctions between different species, and I get a certain kind of vegan to call me a speciesist in certain respect, but I'm definitely enough of an anti-species to think that that 1 billion humans being brought out of poverty, it causes 100 billion additional chickens to be factory farmed, is a morally every year is a morally negative trade-off, something like that. Yeah. It sucks, man, but you know, and there's something like you got to just say, like, just looking at the trade-off that reality is confronting us with. You don't shoot the messenger. I don't hate these 1 billion humans in poverty. I want to be raised out of poverty into a world with vegan norms.
Yeah. I guess one thing to consider, and it's kind of like if you think the world is getting better, and again, side note, like this would like the the extraordinary harm requires extraordinary justification kind of thing. So yeah, if they are like factory farming like chickens and stuff, it's like, okay, like we got to make sure this is true. But like if we think that the world's getting better and part of the sort of the big picture world is like the world eventually does go vegan, maybe like bringing people out of poverty, even if they do increase their meat consumption, plays a role in the.
I mean, I'm a kind of long-termist or meat-termist, right? If they're going to increase their meat consumption in the short term, but then the action plan, you know, that eventually they're going to do a phase, and then they're going to follow the lead of the highly developed nations, leading the way by veganizing. If we see evidence that that's happening, that's going to happen, then I think we can find an acceptance of short-term increased harm. But if the norm is going to be carnage, then it's not automatically good for humans to be raised out of poverty just because they're humans.
Yeah,
I can't justify that categorical distinction that any number of non-human lives spent in torture can never equal the value of one human. That's insane. It's completely morally unjustifiable.
Yeah, I always get really annoyed when you like we'll give like a trolley problem. You know, you have a a trillion chickens versus one human, and they're like, I'm still saving the humans. What are you evil or something? Like, you crazy?
Mm.
Um,
Talking to the teacher in my hometown, and I said, when you actually relate numerical claims to behavior, I said to him, people who have both human children and pet dogs that I know, that you know, are mutual acquaintances, they don't love their children even 1,000 times more than their dogs. And he was like, oh no, like, you know, first reaction, you know, you have this like, what's like panties in a bundle, or their expression, like pearl clutching reaction to saying that. It's like so taboo to say that you could compare your own child to a dog. But I said, you know, in terms of how much they financially expend on like increasing the child's or the dog's safety by a certain amount, or increasing their like happiness in the food that they're given, or increasing their entertainment. You spend a lot more on each child than they do on each dog, but you can just look at how much they spend on both, and you know how all the decisions they're making, economic decisions to like increase dogs' safety by a certain amount, rather than use that money to like marginally increase the child's safety by a lower amount. When you just sort of intuitively make all these comparisons in people's spending habits and their expenditure of time, you end up thinking that some factor like between 50 and 100 is pretty accurate. People love their children maybe like 75, 8 times as much as they love dogs. Definitely not 1,000. When it comes to behavior, and what we have is a taboo of verbal behavior where you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah. Although this is kind of something cool, and on the same topic of like, you know, like liking your pet to a similar level as your kid, or even if it's like a slightly less level, like it's not 1,000 times less or whatever. Jack Symes.
Yeah.
Jack Symes on Joe Rogan. Did you see that? It's
No, I know about it. It came up in my feed. I didn't watch it. I don't watch Joe Rogan anymore.
Well, you should watch the Jack Symes episode. I think it was really good.
I've heard other things with Symes.
So
I heard of, I don't know, maybe Chris Williams said something. I don't know.
He did a thing with Jordan Peterson. I don't know if he did a Chris Williams one, but
oh, maybe, yeah, I saw clips of that. Yeah. Okay.
But
okay, so tell me about this.
So Jack Symes is like he called himself. He said he was like 98% vegan. But he was talking to Joe, and he was talking to him about veganism. And he said he was giving this like thought experiment of like I forgot exactly how it went, but it was essentially like another version of a trolley problems. It was about like how many people or I'm forgetting the thought experiment, but it was essentially like a trolley problem, and something about a boat and throwing people out of a boat. But eventually Joe Rogan basically had a fairly low number compared to a lot of other people. Like I think it was like I think he got up to like he would kill 4 dogs or something to no, like he wouldn't kill anything any more than like 4 dogs to save a human, which I think is like a lot of people will just like, oh, I'll kill all the dogs to save a human. But I don't know. I got the impression that Joe actually and when it came to his dog, when it came to his personal dog, Marshall, he was like, I'm saving Marshall over any stranger.
Yeah. I've heard very similar things before.
Yeah. Another thing about that interview I thought was really cool is I thought Jack did a really good job at sort of making Joe think about animal suffering more than like someone like the vegan teacher would. Like Joe was talking about hunting, and he's like oh yeah, like I like to go bow hunting. And Jack Sims was like, okay, yeah, well, maybe hunting is like probably better than factory farming. There's considerations with like the environment and like ecological harm, and like maybe it's like good on the whole. Like, but he then like started talking to Joe about like, hey, like maybe instead of like using a bow to hunt, maybe use a gun instead. Because you're probably going to cause less suffering there. And Joe seemed really open to it. Because Joe does this thing where you bring up veganism and he gets really defensive, you know. But Jack was able to sort of give Joe space, and rather than be like, you have to be vegan, he's like, okay, maybe instead of using a bow, use a gun, or like, okay, if you wouldn't like
Could it possibly be the
kill.
case that guns cause greater psychological distress on all of the animals in the community, including the animals that are not targeted, like just the birds and trees, than bow hunt does to the specific animal targeted?
I didn't hear what you said there.
The gunshot, could it be, is it reasonable, a reasonable possibility that gunshots might cause greater psychological harm to all the other animals in the environment?
Yeah,
including other members of species that's being hunted, but all animals that aren't targets at all, just like random birds in the trees, and squirrels and stuff, would all be terrified by the gunshot, like the argument, vegan argument against firework shows that bow hunting doesn't have. Bow hunting can be limited to the single animal that's targeted, and maybe like family members that might happen to be in the vicinity.
Yeah, that's true. But I do think the main point is that Jack was able to sort of open Joe up to thinking about things like suffering.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really important, and that's what's going to get us all non-vegan apologists.
Woot woot.
But the insane counterproductive world view called ontology.
Although I about shot up the world when I read the comments, because all of the comments were like, "This guy's retarded. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about."
It's
like, dude,
why?
Come
I mean, I know there are people that would just stop with that whenever they hear anything new, but the people who went beyond, what did they say?
Sorry, I think you're too far away from your phone. I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, I'm just asking. I mean, I know that there would be lots of comments, especially on YouTube, that stop with that. Just say this guy's retarded and don't say anything else. But the people who basically sat in and followed up on it a little bit, like what kind of things did they say, why he was retarded?
It's basically all about because he's vegan. Like, oh, this guy doesn't know about the circle of life. Oh, this guy doesn't know that we're omnivores. This guy doesn't know. Like, oh, this guy just likes to. Jack Sims is also someone who is very he doesn't take hard positions. He's very he's a philosopher, so he's very open minded. So he's like, what if it's like this? What if it's like
Sure.
this? And he kind of just throw stuff out there, you know. So then a lot of comments are saying like, this guy just likes to yap and doesn't say anything. It's like, no, he's actually saying a lot of stuff. He's not making like strong conclusions. He's just saying like, it could be like this, it could be like this, you know. I thought it was great though. I was converted as a Jack Symes fan after that podcast.
Yeah. What was the vegan related topic that I was?
You wanted to talk about insects and this collective like collective consciousness sort of thing, hive mind.
Oh yeah. The physicalist account of consciousness, and yeah, maybe the kind of experience that's morally relevant
Yeah,
doesn't come into being at the level of the individual ant, but at the level of the ant colony.
Before we get too into it, give me like 2 seconds to go use the restroom.
Yep, totally.
Okay, and then
Yeah,
looks like Anna's
I'll make
back,
comments
so
about something else.
I'll add her, and then you and Anna can hold the fort. I'll be back.
Cool. Hey, Anna. Not on. Hyperlink homeless people versus rich people in a survival game. We'll call it Mr. Games. Yeah. In what kind of setting? I mean, rich people might do better on a ski slope. Homeless people probably do better in a dense urban environment. The homeless people just have to hide out and survive on trash, and the rich people would be completely unable to stomach the trash and just starve themselves. Yeah. I think there's like there are similarities between the phenomenon of homeless people and the phenomenon of rich people, that maybe they're both caused a lot by hereditary or congenital mental issues, and that's addressed in the case of homeless people. There's a debate about how much is in their personality and in mental illness, and how much is the result of society. And in the case of rich people, not as often discussed, the degree to which families become instead rich because they're on the psychopathy spectrum. But there seems to be a lot of evidence for that sort of thing. If you mean sort of rich, the kind of rich that you can't get just by developing a very productive skill, but you can only get to by getting involved in politics and insider trading and taking advantage of who you know, and I think in most environments, the homeless people would kick the asses of the rich people in a survival game, and it's probably because of the hedonic trail, like not only about food but about other things. Like the rich people would just psychologically shut down at small amounts of inconvenience, and the people are well adapted to enduring.
Hello, Miss Anna.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're here now. I don't know why. I don't know why your other one doesn't work. There's like two. There's two. There's like two Annas here.
I don't know. I joined I don't know. Uh,
Hey Jerome,
Yo,
what did the drummer name his 10 daughters?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, what is it?
You just set me up for that joke now. You don't know? Anna 1, Anna 2.
That's good. I like that. And
But
what
you
was it?
said 2
Oh yeah,
Annas. I couldn't resist that dad joke.
and hold on. That's pretty good. Yeah. So what about this hive mind?
I mean, I got this like from Douglas Hofstadter in Rudel Escher Bach. Really good book. Really amazing mind. And he has this character. There's like Achilles and the twist, I guess. And I guess Achilles is friends with Aunt Hillary. Aunt Hillary. And Aunt Hillary is an ant colony. And then there's an anteater that's friends with Aunt Hillary, right? And they're saying, how could Aunt Hillary be friends with Anteater? Like, he eats ants. And the response is like, Aunt Hillary isn't an ant, you know? The Anteater eats some of the ants. Aunt Hillary is still there, you know? They're friends. Like, eating some of the ants, Aunt Hillary is like cutting your friend's hair or something like that. Right? You're taking some of the cells of your friend, but not the actual person is in the stored ant colony. And yeah, it's a discussion of, it's basically related to, you know, the physicalist account of consciousness. Either an account where consciousness emerges from computational processes that are a certain level of complexity, or consciousness just is that, the computational process from a certain stance, you know, which is, I think, Den's view. And I find it highly plausible that, you know, among ants, the best analog, the best comparison to a mammal's brain is at the level of the colony. Because if you think about what harm to a mammal looks like, or a bird, it looks like disruption. You know, pain and suffering. They look like disruption of like normal healthy processes, right? If you think about what happens to an ant colony, if like some animal walking by like steps on and squashes a few ants, if really nothing changes. Keep on their path to the same food source, and they keep on going back. And where you actually see disruption is like when you do something to a large enough group of ants that like they can't find their path anymore. Where you pick a log and like flip it over an entirely new place and orientation, and they have to scramble, kind of reestablish the computation that they're doing as a colony. That kind of thing seems a lot like what pain is to the brain of a complex animal. So then you'd say that ants are at some level analogous to neurons or groups of neurons in a human, like we're busy killing right now.
Yeah, we need more of that.
Neural selection. Or killing off the less fit groups of neurons. And so then as vegans, it might make sense to think that ant colonies deserve moral consideration that individual ants don't. Yeah. I don't know.
Interesting.
I think that's pretty much all I have to say about that. Is about hearing people's reactions.
That's a cool thought. I have some thoughts that are kind of formulating that aren't formulated enough to articulate yet. Like thoughts about
I
like,
definitely am a heavy species in thinking that like mammals and or let's say vertebrates, because fish do, vertebrates and some invertebrates like octopuses, there's a huge gap between them and the simpler insects. I usually use aphids in my comparison, right? And I use this aphids to elephants argument about crop death, that the deontological justification of deliberate killing of insects in crop production, that, well, it's because it's self-defense. It's defense of our property. We're not exploiting the aphids. We're defending our plants against them. That it can't work, because if you converted each individual aphid into an individual elephant, then it would be insane to think that it was morally justified to poison thousands of elephants just because I like this particular plant. You know, but I could get like organic plants and do that. So the difference between aphids and elephants is very morally relevant in how sentient they are.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree, and I really don't like the deontological arguments for crop deaths and stuff. I think they're really bad, but I don't know if I would
haven't
say
even
that they're
said anyone.
atheist.
Have you thought of this, Jerome? The argument that that's often given at, because it's not intrinsic to the process of farming vegetables, because it's not inherent, it's not the only way that vegetables can be produced, that the consumer is not morally responsible. Maybe the farmer is, but for poisoning the animals, but the consumer isn't, because it's not intrinsic to plant production, whereas it is intrinsic to producing either eggs or whatever that animal be exploited. That does, here's what I've never said on camera before. Have you ever thought about how that would justify animal testing? It's clearly not intrinsic to the process of producing shampoo to test on animals, because there are lots of vegan shampoos. So it's not wrong to purchase something that deliberately cause harm to animals non-intrinsically. Then what's wrong with buying the non-vegan shampoos? Wouldn't the deontological explanation for the test also explain like the most long-standing like non-vegan thing ever, which is supporting animal testing for cosmetics?
Or I'm thinking,
whereas the consequentialist argument that speak against the animal testing. The consequentialist, moreover, said the more unnecessary the animal testing is, the worse it is. Whereas the ontological perspective would say, if it's absolutely necessary to test on animals to create a certain vaccine or something, then it's wrong, because then it's intrinsic. So the absolute necessary testing make wrong, and completely unnecessary testing makes it not wrong. Getting it completely backwards.
Yeah, it's dumb. And
the ontological account is just insane.
I used to make these arguments when I first went vegan, and I've since abandoned them because they're really bad. Like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, animal testing is a great example for sure. You could also say things like make it even more extreme that like applies to like a can get people like more sympathetic like if they're like humans or something. Like there's a there's like a company that sells blue shirts and it's like known by like that like they use the profits from their blue shirts to help like spread like child porn. So like
Okay,
so it's
but
like
you like blue a little bit more green, right?
yeah, so it's like
And if you wear part of the blue shirts, you'd have to wear color that you like a little bit less.
blue shirts aren't
Yeah.
intrinsically child porn, so
Oh yeah, right. That's insane. But also like um, there's so many arbitrary distinctions that orthodox veganism makes. It's supposed to be like a core non-vegan act to buy from a company that was involved in animal testing to produce product, but then it's not supposed to be non-vegan to enjoy watching sports where not only is some of the equipment animal based, but almost all of the athletes fuel their training and their excessive calorie consumption as professional athletes consume a lot of calories on a lot of animal products. But that's not supposed to be non-vegan to like watch football or basketball.
yeah, or cooking shows.
Even cooking shows.
Yeah.
And it's not supposed to. It's like considered non-vegan to buy a musical instrument that has animal products in it, but not to buy the music of an artist that uses animal products. So, like, a lot of animal products. It's supposed to be non-vegan to watch a movie where horses are ridden, but not to watch a movie where the catering was totally carnist. It feels like, and this isn't just about deontology. This involves a lot of people who've never heard of consequential or deontology, but it feels like a church, papal dogmas handed down that are only quasi philosophical, but largely arbitrary, and then to be in the group calling themselves vegans, you need to stay abreast of what the papacy has handed down as the things that count and the things that don't. And not only is that bad in and of itself, it's a bad way to think about and bad, but it's a reason why artists out there would look at these collectively and the kind of conversations that are had and say, this looks like a church, it looks like the Catholic Church. As their proclamations about what the group is going to consider to count and not count that are divorced from, logical consistency.
Yeah, it's the famous saying, vegans are a cult. People say that all the time. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like, at the very least, like a church, right? At the very least, something like the way that the Catholic Church handles moral issues by thinking there's this central cast of proclaimers of the law, of the application of Holy Writ to particular cases, it's it's really sad. I mean, I'm not claiming that like, when most harnests talk about veganism as a cult, that doing so in good faith. I definitely think there's a lot more bad faith than good faith.
Yeah.
But
we're not helping them by doing things like, oh, you can't buy Impossible meat because they tested on animals before they went public, or
but there's no problem watching a basketball game with their basketballs. Yeah, and again, the athletes consuming excessive calories that are largely animal products. That's a much larger factor that you're supporting than what the basketball is made out of, right?
Yeah.
And so anybody that you support financially who's a meat eater, in whatever business, you're gonna, by supporting their life, you're gonna be supporting animal cruelty much more than you're supporting it by the animal testing that goes into a shampoo. So having those like dogmas about what counts and what doesn't count, it's gonna at the end it's gonna turn away a smart, rational people. Who we need as leaders, as drivers of change.
Yeah, and people being so black and white. Oh, if you eat oysters, you're not vegan anymore. Like, oh, if you go buy a Beyond Burger at a animal based restaurant, like, you're not vegan anymore because you're supporting the animal based restaurant.
Yeah, that applies to restaurants, not supermarkets. And then typically the deontology response is that supermarkets are necessary.
But how is that different from the? Also, it's not really that necessary. I mean,
to some people, fast food restaurants are more necessary than supermarkets.
Yeah,
they totally don't know how to cook, the time to cook, working two jobs. Is the restaurant that's more necessary? A supermarket that's more of a luxury when you have time to laboriously cook something since you don't have cooking skills.
Also, you can grow a garden in on the deck of your apartment.
Oh right, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I've gone
Or you can exclusively order bulk product from an entirely vegan market. Never go to the mixed supermarket.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, so it does. This is like papal decrees, The high vegans have issued to us the holy papal objection to buying an Impossible from Burger King, but not to shopping at Safeway or whatever.
Yeah, this is why I really agree with you on the, like, there's no like, talking about stuff like this, it's not black and white. It's not there's good and there's bad. It's like there's more good, there's sort of less good, there's more bad, there's like maybe at some point there's some sort of line where it's like you go from being like less bad to more good or something like that, but still, even then, it's like like maybe it's bad to go to supermarkets, and like I could just like I do have like my parents have a garden. Like I could just live off of potatoes and potatoes and tomatoes, and but it
Then, by buying the prepared, explicitly labeled vegan product at the supermarket, you're helping those companies succeed,
exactly, yeah.
which is going to make a lot of people who maybe aren't as philosophically committed as you and I take the steps toward becoming vegan.
Yeah.
If not been significantly reducing the animal product consumption in their lives, and not just being vegetarians, but also being far more open to going to vegan restaurants with their vegan friends and coworkers, and all these things that make the veganization of society facilitated, that you don't do if you focus only on your immediate impact and try to only eat things from your garden somehow. Yeah, it's complex, and this is the rub. Consequentialism leads to very complex calculations that you often have to do the best you can. It feels like somewhat by the seat of your pants, but if that's what moral goodness and badness really is consequences for all the sentient beings in the world, then yeah, it's hard to figure out. We do the best we can. Sometimes it's very clear, but a lot of times, it's a rough estimate, and it's not a virtue of an alternative ethical approach that it's simple. Something can easily be simple by not trying to track reality at all. And then you say, well, it's easy for me to figure out what my moral obligation is and what my moral obligation isn't. Just a small handful of rules. Yeah, you're simple now. You can make yourself feel like satisfied with your moral conclusions all the time. But that's not a superior morality by virtue of its simplicity. It's a dramatically inferior morality, because it's just prioritizing your own sense of feeling confident about how to solve the moral calculation at the expense of your moral calculation actually being about what matters.
Yeah, morality doesn't go away when you put your head in the sand.
Yeah, exactly. When you care about what matters, which is the effect on your actions on the experiences of all sentient life, yeah, it's fucking hard. Yeah, it's hard. Welcome to reality. More reality is hard. And that doesn't even presuppose moral realism. Just like it could be what I subjectively think the fundamentals of morality are, lead to hard calculations.
Mm-hmm.
It's totally compatible with anti-realism. It's just like I can't see anybody reasonably thinking that some set of moral principles is better because it makes it easier to get the answers. That's just like saying a better math would be the answer to every equation is 4-2. It's fucking retarded. So this came up, we mentioned it earlier, but how do you feel about the kind of cultural return of like Gen Z to using the word "hearted" that had supposed to have been included in very serious slurs and a serious ableist slur?
Wait,
a decade ago.
The word what? Retarded?
The R word.
Okay. Yeah.
It'll get you suspended from school in a lot of American schools. The same the N word would, or the C word towards a woman.
No, I hold the view that people are way too pussy when it comes to slurs, and they should and pretty much all slurs should be allowed. And no, I think I think it's really cool. Like you go on like a so it's not allowed on TikTok, so you won't see it on TikTok, but you'll go on like Instagram Reels, and there's just tons and tons of like these like Gen Z type humor, like just really random and weird, like George Droid. I don't know if you George Droid, or like just this obscure Gen Z humor type stuff that doesn't make any sense. And it's just filled with R words and N words and like, and I think that's awesome because I think we're moving away from, because I think obviously, there's a difference between like making jokes versus like actually being cruel. And
Yeah.
policing language is like a very bad thing. For the most
Yeah,
part, there
the kids
is
should get suspended from school if they're like a mentally challenged student, and other students are addressing them with that word decisively. Yeah, those fuckers should get suspended.
yeah.
Sure.
If you're using the
like,
word as a
neurotypical
bully,
like, smart kids are like insult each other on the playground with it. Like, yeah,
there's a big difference between
like
like
too normal.
you can't open your backpack because the zipper's stuck, and you're like, this is fucking retarded, versus
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah, not even a real person.
you point to some mentally challenged kid and you're like, you're retarded, and you push him over or something. Like, I think
But if
context
like
definitely
your normal intelligence friend says to you like maybe we should like try to jump our bikes over this like deep canyon, or you say like, are you fucking retarded? I don't want to kill myself. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, you
sure.
can even say it to other people.
What's the problem with that?
Like there's really no, in the way that we use the word most of the time, it's like there's really no difference between like, wait, are you stupid? But we don't think "are you stupid" is a slur,
Some people do. You're that type of person who's always looking for something.
No,
And some of those people become teachers. But yeah, yeah. There's a huge difference between like normal use of these words that might also have associations in different contexts with mocking and punching down at people who deserve compassion.
Well, there's even a certain amount of punching down that is like not actually punching down. It's like it's unserious. It's like comedic. Like that they don't actually believe that. Like I don't know. There's like this common trend on I've seen on TikTok of like a I just visited New Orleans, and it's like a jungle with a bunch of like monkeys or something. And it's like,
yeah.
And it's like,
back
okay,
in my day from the Bay Area. Oh yeah, being from California, the joke is that they're gonna rename the Oakland Bay Bridge the Disneyland Bridge because it connects jungle and fairyland.
Yeah.
So stupid. Oakland stereotype and San Francisco stereotype.
But it's like there's some amount of punching down there, but it's not real punching down. It's like you're punching down in an unserious way that you don't actually believe. It becomes I think this is like why it's kind of annoying when a lot of these like right-wing comedians will be like, it's just a joke, bro. It's like, well, it's not a joke if you believe it. Like
yeah.
Yeah, it's like
yeah. I mean, there was like It's interesting that Eddie Murphy has been like permanently canceled. He had like a lot of like some recent movie success, and he was on like the SNL 50th anniversary stuff. But his jokes back in the day, the 80s, were seriously homophobic. Like, they weren't ironically using homophobic slurs to make a point against homophobia or whatever. He was making jokes about, you know, how horrifying it is to ever be hit by a man or something like that, right? How gross gay men are. You know? And go watch it. I mean, seriously, you can't find it like ironically funny. And still around. I don't want him to be canceled or anything. I just think like, even at that time, as like a smart person, like you shouldn't have liked that humor. And then, you know, people who are actually being like extremely opposed to bigotry, like Louis C.K. Is attacked for, you know, his bit about the N-word that has like this extreme like anti-race message. If you're smart enough to understand that, you know, I think there's a combination of people that are just too stupid to understand when somebody's point is goes beyond the surface level, and then other people who do understand, are aware of it, but they're totally bad faith. They just like twisting life into people, just like having power over others, and so they manufacture outrage. And the only way to defeat any bully like that is to just stand up to them with no fear, you know. Like South Park did that. They just ran roughshod over people who would try to like create a moral outrage over their episodes. And they just put it up there unapologetically because they know that they're not motivated by racism, you know. Yeah, you just, man, as smart and complex and tolerant people, willing to entertain different perspectives and change our mind. We just have got to stand right up to bullies on the so-called left and the so-called right, and defend one another when, you know, our tribe of the intelligent and open's attacked. And just not to say, like in my case, I would say I'm told for this shit. Yes, because you can just be sick of this shit, no matter your age.
True. I've kind of gone there with politics. I am essentially, maybe I shouldn't be like this, but I really just don't follow politics at all. And what I do see, I see as like comedy. So like I saw like the whole like Trump and Zelensky thing, and I spent more time watching like these like AI like fights between Trump and Zelensky than like the actual interview.
Wait, do you see Trump and Macron?
Man, no.
Macron like cucked Trump.
Nice.
It's like so bad. Like Trump is making these like blatant lies, and Macron just like takes charge of the conversation and like corrects the lies. You know, the main example was Trump claiming that like Europe was just acting selfishly, loaning money to Ukraine they expected to get back, and it was only the U.S. that that was the Biden administration that was giving money to Ukraine and not getting anything back. So Trump was implying, that France and Germany, the EU, is acting selfishly, in a narrow sense, and Macron just like stopped Trump, and he did it by like putting his hand on Trump's thigh. It's like very French, like physical kind of way, but he just like touched him, and you could tell Trump doesn't like that, and Macron it's like taking charge of the conversation, factually correct him, and then Trump reacted to repeat the lie, but with like much less forcefulness.
Nice.
It was so bad. Matt was like the man in the room. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And there's some moments where like Macron is like looking for the right English word to express his thought, and then he comes up with like the perfect word. It happens like a couple times in that interaction. Pretty impressive guy. I don't know all that much about French politics. I'm sure there are things I would disagree with Macron, but as a head of state interacting with other heads of state, that was pretty bad. It's better than when Donald and Melania were with Justin Trudeau, and Melania wouldn't stop looking fondly on Trudeau.
That's so funny. Dude, there's no way that Trump and Melania are like
upset.
Yeah, like or in love, or like no way.
Yeah, it's wild. And he picked his wife out of the catalog. It's mind-warpingly painful. Like, not just in practical terms of wanting him out of power, but just conceptually, to think about how many people are consider themselves family value Christians, like the core of their identity, who think that Trump is ideal representation of their values.
Yeah.
In and of itself, not strategically to defeat Trump, anything like that, but just it's just intrinsically painful to observe somebody being so consistent.
And it's wild that like at the start of Trump, it was like, okay, we're like, so many Christians were like, we're not going to vote for Trump. He's a terrible character. And then they vote for him again because they're like, he's a terrible character, but like, it's okay. Like, we can like move past that because his policies are good. And now they're at the point where it's like, oh, he's our hero. He's like ending wokeness, and like he's like bringing us back to a Christian nation. Meanwhile, as this is going on, there's been more and more like court cases just like showing how much of a terrible person he is. Like more things are coming out, like more accusations, more and you can just see his Truth Social. You can see his Truth Social and just see how he talks. Like he's getting he's obviously like his colors have shown a lot more. Like he's a bad person, but his followers are now like praising him, even more so than they ever have, as like this like great guy who's gonna he's sticking up for Americans, and it's
I think the best actual account for his popularity is really depressing, man. Especially as that consequentialist, but the account that seems to hit all the facts is that people don't want to be morally criticized. People want to be able to have the freedom to do whatever they're used to doing and not having to be called on by others to morally reflect upon it and change it if necessary. And Trump is a guy who says, I do whatever shit I feel like unapologetically. And I stand up to anybody who would try to call on me to be a better person than I am. I just am what I am. And that appeals to a whole lot of people. That's really fucking sad, because that is very close to what it means to be a toddler. People throwing around that term jingly, but that basically is what I, as an early childhood educator, am trying to train children out of. Or, I mean, I know and they naturally typically develop out of biologically, right? It's not mostly about the intervention, but you can facilitate the way in which they come reach these developmental milestones, right? So I observe it all the time in my job, and the idea that so many adults would think that the bad guys are the ones who are calling on you to take steps to morally improve yourself. It's like I said earlier, it's American culture, and American culture is lost. It's just gone. That's the opposite of civilization. It's the opposite of moral adulthood. I don't know what more to say about it, but that's how deep the MAGA phenomenon gets me. It makes me go back to reading Auden. I'm reading a lot of Auden, especially the sonnets when it's called In Time of War. I know you know a lot of poetry, but you know the Auden poem September 1st, 1939. Probably his most famous.
Nope.
Has the line, "We must love one another or die."
I don't know.
You know that line?
No.
Have you seen Four Weddings and a Funeral?
Well, give it one more time. Maybe it'll click again.
Have you seen Four Weddings and a Funeral?
No.
There's a scene where they're meeting. Okay. The famous line, "We must love one another or die." But he's talking about. I mean, September 1st, 1939, is the day that Germany invaded Poland. That, in many senses, can be seen as the start of World War II, right? The real whole-on start of the war. So Auden is writing this a couple years later about his experiences at that time. And Auden is originally English, gay man who moved to New York City to escape the homophobia of England. And he is in New York when the war breaks out. And he's also a very profound Christian. And he comes at Christianity in terms of original sin, and views war and violence, and bigotry as manifestations of this really deep problem with the human soul. And in September 1st, 1939, he basically starts by reflecting on the current war that's emerging, and how Hitler became Hitler, Nazism arose in the opening stanzas. And then he turns around and has the central stanza to say, basically that it's not about any particular nation, it's not about Nazis specifically, it's about the nature of the human soul having this corruption. So the key stanza goes like this. And it'll make more sense if I talk about, because there's a reference to Nijinsky and Diaghilev. And Nijinsky was a ballet dancer, and Diaghilev was a director, or studio owner or something, in maybe early 20th century Russia. And I don't know a lot about these guys, but just to explain what's going on in the poem. And Nijinsky wrote a memoir where he just talked about what a monster and abuser Diaghilev was, right? So the key stanza in this Auden poem is like this: the windiest militant trash important person shout is not so crude as our wish. What Mad Nijinsky wrote about Diaghilev is true of the normal heart. For the error bred in bone of each woman and each man craves what it cannot have, not universal love, but to be loved alone. He brings this poem about war down to what all of us really secretly want, not to love others, but to be the guy in charge to everybody, have to act like they love. We are all Trump. We would all be Trump if we could be. That's kind of message I'm getting from Auden. That's what this guy's saying. That's the original sin. There, but for the grace of God, am I not afflicted with the power and stats of Neil Gaiman, because I probably would have done the kind of things that he did. And it cuts deep. Auden really gets what times of great political turmoil, and especially war, ought to bring us to reflecting upon. What is good? What is goodness? What is kindness? And do we have it?
Yeah. It's,
Am I doing the dream proud? Okay, when I get into this impromptu poetic language that I wasn't expecting a minute before. I never have rehearsed that.
that was great.
Auden is great. He also he has line in A Time of War. Oh, sorry, but
Go ahead.
You want me to, yeah, this is a short series of lines, just 3 lines, as long as before. But in time of war, one of is number 14. He says, behind each sociable, home-loving eye, the private massacres are taking place. All women, Jews, the rich, the human race. And, oh shit. That third line is, man, everybody secretly wants a massacre. Maybe you're an incel and it's all women. Maybe you're an anti-Semite and it's Jews, and you're like, fuck those guys, fuck those misogynists, fuck those anti-Semites. And then he says, the rich, and you're like, ooh, have I never entertained a fantasy of massacring the rich? Like people with Luigi Mangione are doing now. And he says, the human race. Have I never, like, watching Dominion, entertained a fantasy of a lot of particular humans being massacred? That progression. That lays heavy charge upon every human. Every more charge. Is there really not a massacre lying behind your social eyes that you're only prevented from doing because you don't have the power?
I should get more into poetry.
Yeah. I was saying, and you a bunch of odd. You should read Slaughterhouse-Five too. It's short. Every time I think about it, you will fucking love it. You will love it. Certain passages.
I will, dude. I like audiobooks, but I have a really hard time reading physical books. I get distracted. I'll read a chapter and I daydreamed the whole time. I didn't understand anything I read because I was thinking about other things. It's hard for me to read physical books. I'm not a reader. I can listen to audiobooks, but basically I got Slaughterhouse-Five from the library, and I read like a chapter or two, and then I put it down, and then I had to return it. So I never read it, but I tried at least. I did a. I should get. I'll look for an audiobook copy. That would be fun. But I thought it would be like a cool aesthetic to actually, like, read a physical book. So I was like, I'm gonna get this and read. Have a drink, relax, and read it. But that never happened.
Mm-hmm.
But based on your recommendation, I did go to the library and check it out.
Oh, cool. Yeah. That's I'm kidding when I'm not like I would recommend it to anybody. I think if you can spot and ask what my favorite novel is, that's probably what I'd have to say. But I especially have this very strong feeling that you will really like Slaughterhouse-Five.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe I can right now. I'm gonna go on my library app. See if I can find the audiobook and check it out.
Yeah, really weird. Goofily weird, just parts that are just incredibly funny. It's like very very serious message.
Why isn't it loading?
Yeah.
Audiobooks. Let's go. All right. Oh, I have to put it on hold, but sweet, cool. And it's the audiobook is 6 hours, so that's you could listen to that in a day. Go on a hike or something.
Yeah, it's pretty. Sorry, man. I guess I put it away. Yeah, it's probably like 180 pages. It's a short novel.
What about movies? Like, what's your favorite movie, or maybe your top 5 favorite movies?
Okay, Quiz Show, 1994, directed by Robert Redford. It's about the 21 scandal, the rigged game show, and it's totally about ethics, and it centers on the it centers upon the 3 characters: Charles Van Doren. These are real people. Charles Van Doren, the Columbia literature professor, who's like young and handsome and WASP, Aryan, whatever, and who ends up becoming the superstar while being fed the answers. And Herb Stempel, who's this Jewish New Yorker who was the previous champion, who was forced to take a dive, lose to Van Doren, and became increasingly bitter about it, and tried to take Van Doren out. And then Dick Gwynn, who's a government investigator into show corruption, who becomes friends with Van Doren during the process of the investigation. And Dick Goodwin is also Jewish, but much more like inconspicuously Jewish, right? Like integrated into the establishment. And so there are all issues about integrity in the very beginning of the movie. Van Doren is talking to producers. One of those played by Kazaria, a longtime voice in The Simpsons, and he says like the producers are just like saying anything to get him to agree to on the quiz show, and then they're talking about like helping him out with answers, and Van Doren says, "I was just wondering what Immanuel Kant would say about this." The producer instantly says, "I don't think you'd have a problem with it." Like, you know that guy has no idea what Kant is, right? He's just doing the pitch. It's so good. Like, they're just it's perfect casting, perfect dialogue. So many good moments with any it doesn't have any like violence or like super action, but it just really like morally moves me. Quiz Show, Wings of Desire, or Himmel über Berlin. It was made in, I think, 87 or 88, so in divided Berlin just before the wall fell. It's the original City of Angels, a remake of, about angels observing humans, and one angel who decides to fall and become human in order to really experience life, experience senses. and I watched that movie so much, and like my French is pretty decent. My German is not so decent, like high beginner. But I watched that movie that's mostly German and that has some English scenes and a little bit of French, one French scene. And I watch it with no subtitles,
Let's go.
and I understand everything because I watch it so many times to know what the lines are. I know what all those lines in German are saying.
Nice, dude.
That feels good. That feels good to watch kind of seriously multiple movie.
Yeah, definitely.
So Wings of Desire, Quiz Show, some of my favorite movies. Airplane, still the greatest comedy I've ever seen. It's amazing. How could it's
You ever seen the
45
cockpit of an
years
airplane
old?
before?
How could it still be the greatest comedy? But
You ever
it
seen a
is.
grown man naked?
Nope. I'll watch it. Somebody says something we might be throwing Airplane, and I'll watch it. But
I've actually never seen Airplane.
No.
I've heard a lot of quotes from it, but I still haven't gone around to watching it.
yeah. What else? I mean, I like so many movies, but the thing that I would put up there and say is one of my favorites. Well, maybe Run Lola Run. And my kind of views about determinism and time, and has some kind of connection to Slaughterhouse-Five, and just this style of my generation. It's like very, very Gen X. Yeah, I recommend Run Lola Run too. And trying to think of something older that I really like. Oh, I really like Once Upon a Time in the West. That has these interesting like moral and personal issues. Is that 5? Did I say 5? Okay, let's say those are up there in my favorite movies. Definitely movies that I'm down to rewatch.
Yeah, that's 5.
I really love Rod Steiger too. One of the early Met actors, and his most famous performance is as the country sub sheriff in The Heat of the Night, opposite Sidney Poitier. And Steiger's like a New Yorker who is like nothing at all like that character, and none of his characters are really like one another. He just comes playing this Jewish Holocaust survivor in a movie called The Pawnbroker, which is sort of mediocre, but his performance is amazing. And then he goes and plays this racist country sheriff. He just nails everything. He was such an amazing actor. I recommend seeing those old Rod Steiger movies just to see what acting can be. And I think of him when I play like tabletop role playing games. Like I don't really do voices, but I try to do like sort of method acting adjacent, occupying the mentality of my characters. That's why I like D&D so much. And I like D&D alignment. Do you know about that 9-point alignment? Lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good. There's like the lawful neutral chaotic axis and lawful neutral evil axis.
I don't know this.
And there's lots of conversations what they mean. You haven't seen any memes? Sometimes there's memes of like different characters from a series and where they fit, where somebody thinks they fit in the 9-point alignment chart. And sometimes it's the same person. Like there's like really one I've seen a lot of Batman, And like Batman's done so many different things in all of his iterations that can be classified as every one of the 9 alignments.
Nice. Let's go.
Yeah, which I should send you some good like 9-point alignment memes.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find some on the internet. But yeah, I like thinking about what it means to be lawful evil versus chaotic evil. It's like keyboard
Oh,
is fucked up.
that sounds familiar, like lawful evil and chaotic evil. That sounds. Maybe I have seen some stuff.
So like early versions of D&D only had lawful, neutral, and chaotic as alliance. I think it was expected that player characters would always be kind of good. And then the additions that I'm most familiar with, that I came with as a kid, adopted the 9-point system. It was good. Oh, a Doctor Who, the Doctor being all 9 alignments.
The
There's
search
a
for
lot
the
of
meme.
different.
Click.
Are you searching some?
No, I guess
Doctor
they
Who
should be. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-ba. 9-point
The 9
alignment meme.
Oh, here's Batman one. Batman being on 4. All 9.
Send it on over.
Yeah. Kind of load. The image is taking a while. I don't know why.
You're on dial-up internet?
Yeah. So I like, some people object to alignment. They say like it doesn't categorize the different human like personality types and motivations very well. I think it doesn't in the real world so well, but it does in a storytelling context. I think a pretty good job. And it's interesting to try to occupy the mindset of a chaotic evil character. The main one I regularly play is called Zero Al-Assad. And he's a monk who's a monk and druid, but mostly a monk who's kind of like a douche bro. But he has this philosophy that the true reality is like this like vulgar Darwinian like fight survival, like to always be the fittest so that you can always bust anybody's head who's in your way, likes violence and like philosophically believes that superior to non-violent solutions because it's more attuned to like natural reality. He's the guy who likes it's like great be like a lion killing a zebra. And I sort of like incorporate aspect of in order to make him play in a party of good characters in it, you kind of have to do a lot of the South Park formula and of Eric Hartman. So I make Zero kind of foolish about a lot of things, kind of the butt of the joke a lot of the time, with how seriously he takes his like, like be primal, be primal, and love violence kind of attitude, meditating on the beauty of violence. And he can work alongside a good party, by like getting incredulous about somebody like noble intentions and getting convinced to go along with them and rationalizing it based upon his own evil perspective.
So wait, hold on. I gotta make sure I'm following. So I'm a little tipsy, dude. So
Yeah.
this is like a character that you created.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You don't know Dungeons and Dragons or like tabletop RPGs really at all.
No. I
Like,
mean, I
a
mean,
dungeon master or
I-
game master, and there are players who are playing these different characters.
no, I mean, I do. I've played D&D before. Does I think I missed the part when you is this a D&D character you created? I think I missed
Yeah.
that part.
Yeah.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
I was like, that's badass. That's
He's
awesome.
mostly and he's like mostly monk, but he's got some druid levels. He likes to change into a snake and be like this martial arts snake. But he doesn't understand uh, good altruist motivations. So much like Cartman, he acts confused when his party members are proposing something that's for like greater good in the world. He thinks he's wise because his meditations and his training as a monk have brought him in tune with the underlying reality of constant violence.
That's awesome. Have you ever thought about like writing writing like writing well, you'd be good at writing like a Substack or something, but like I'm thinking like writing like fiction.
No, I mean, the thing is that I'm a pathological introvert. I'm, a lot of introverts online, like they seem to view extroversion as a skill that they lack, but don't recognize that the opposite is true. But I lack the introvert skills, and chief among them is sitting by myself, alone with my own thoughts, day after day, and reliably putting them to paper. That's why I left academia. It was painfully hard. I loved the seminars. I love the conferences. I love presenting. I love teaching. But I hate all the alone time writing papers. I just don't. I don't. I'm not. I'm so like deeply comfortable. It's just consider it like the mirror image of the introvert who's uncomfortable, like making small talk at a cocktail party with a bunch of people, which I do naturally. And I especially love academic conferences, the presentations, the questions, and then the socializing, the intellectual socializing with people who have shared field. I'm totally off on that, but academia has a lot more introvert time, writing time, and it wasn't right for me. And what was right for me as someone who loves linguistics and is a pathological extrovert was become a foreign language teacher. I have my ideal job right now.
Yeah. No, I relate to that a lot. I definitely
I like poetry, but I like poetry more than all anyway. But yeah, I could never. I mean, I have to become a radically different person. Like if it was the only way to put food on the table, I might be able to do some cognitive behavioral stuff and hack myself into somebody who could write a novel. But as is, I'm not somebody who could write a novel. When I hear about Stephen King waking up every morning and like first 4 hours of every day he writes and he doesn't let himself not write. He sets himself a page quota and he writes it. That's so brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I mean, I'm similar. The times I'm the most depressed is like when I'm not out and about interacting with people. And when I
If I
was
was
in
musically
school,
gifted, I would have pursued being a singer songwriter.
go ahead.
I write a lot of songs that are poems that are basically song lyrics, but I don't have enough just to have been a singer songwriter type.
Mm.
If I was living in a different era, I maybe when there would be lyricist composer partnerships, I would have sought somebody like Richard Rogers to be his Hammerstein. Yeah, I think I could have done that. My right partner. I think I could be a pretty solid lyricist to a composer for musicals.
Ooh, like your lyrics are they mostly like for like musicals or
Uh, no. A lot of the poems that I think that make sense as song lyrics, I think I'm drawing upon people like Bruce Springsteen, folk singers, also as well. I really love like hippie 60s protest music. The lyrics are so good poetically, like the musical structure is generally simple. Even when I disagree with their politics, I just artistically like it.
yeah.
And I love Amy Mann. I absolutely worship Amy Mann, the greatest lyricist of her time, close to all time. Yeah, I'm actually a member of the Amy Mann fan club. I never thought I'd be a member of a fan club in my life, but I'm actually an official member of the fan club. I don't really engage that much on social media with the Amy Mann community, but the Amy community is pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
People who appreciate good, like great, like pop, folk, pop rock singer sider.
Well, maybe send me some lyrics. Maybe I'll try something. Just for fun.
Oh yeah, links to G Drive. Yeah. Let me see. I've done, I put my lyrics into Suno, and I forget the other ones. I tried another, but these songwriting AIs that are popping
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
where they'll create a song in like 10 seconds based upon your own lyrics, or you can just like give it a description of the theme, and it'll write lyrics for you and create the music. I made this one early on. I just asked it like write a song, a catch pop tune about how awesome Suno is and how it's superior to Christianity or something like that. Or blasphemously compare yourself to Christianity. And I wrote this song that goes like in the chorus, like one of the verses goes, Jesus may have risen, but Suno's gonna shine. Something, yeah, we party all the time. And then the chorus is, Suno blows your mind like a shooting star. Resurrection of Jesus can't compare by far. Like just clappy, like pop song.
Let's go.
That one has always stuck with me. Is like one of the biggest like successes of my experiments with Suno. What people would make of that. Somebody actually released that, cheesy, like, like bubblegum, like K-pop girl singing about her music is so awesome that it will save you more than Jesus ever. And then I had to write a country song about how sad it was that people were listening to music lyrics written by AIs that could never express the real feeling that a song written by a human would. So create this totally convincing country lyric. Like, I'll keep making my own lyrics because that's the way it's meant to be. Really,
That's so funny. I gotta play around with these things.
I think rope swing. Rope swing is definitely a song lyric, and I don't even know. I put it into Suno before. I didn't remember what Suno came up with, but it wasn't good. Yeah. All right. Share. Copy link, and then we can see it. And there you go on Facebook. Why did it copy the link?
What in the world? The link did not copy.
Woo! All right. I mean, I can see a bunch of stuff, but that was just kind of a thought because I edited it a little bit recently. So it was just on top of my drive. Yeah, this song. There's an incident I had with my good friend Scott many years ago. We were visiting a mutual friend who lived kind of way out in the boonies in this mountain town, even more remote than the mountain town I come from. And we just like went out to the river. Our locals were out there at the river, and he was watching this teenage girl up at a rope swing over the river. Just you know how you can imagine how it would be. Just this country, like not like professionally attached, but just like very like half-assed, like tied around this branch. Kind of pretty treacherous seeming, but a lot more going off of it. And she was up there, like hesitant to swing out and jump into the river, and her friends are kind of teasing her. And everybody waiting behind her line, wanting to go off too. You know, they're kind of getting annoyed. And then like Scott said to me something about which one's the bigger fear, the hill and the water. You might drown, you might break your neck or whatever, or the social pressure of people who are going to be really pissed off if you don't go soon. And I'm like, oh, it's stuck with me for years, and a few years later, like with the first version of this. That's the thing. That's
okay.
Humans can put collective pressure on you that's heavier than mortal danger.
Climb down the hill, it's safer. Push off the swing, it's braver. Climb down the hill, it's braver. Push off the swing, it's safer. Okay.
That Boris being like my idea of what's going on outside the girl's head, I feel like it's like these contradictions.
Yeah.
Already think about some adjustment I can make to this.
And a
I
lot of ways,
changed the last verse very recently, in line with my philosophical development towards fatalism, connected with Slaughterhouse 5, thinking like the B theory of time, everything past, present, and future already exists, and uncertainty is just about our knowledge of the future, not about some kind of metaphysical uncertainty about what the future will be, but just our conceptual relation to the future being different from our conceptual relation to the past. But the future is what it is. So I had some other versions of the last line, and then about a year ago, probably, I changed it to this. I'm sure what was written, but know it's bound to come true. I know what's going to be happening to me tomorrow, but I have this broad belief that it's already what it is. Because one of the things that Scott and I talked about a while after that is, did that girl go off that swing? Like, hey, remember that rope thing? Yeah, I totally remember that. I totally remember when we talked about the social pressure, bigger than the physical fear of going off. Yeah, we totally remembered it. We had a conversation about it, and then said, "Did she go off the swing or not?" He's like, "I don't know." Like Schrodinger's rope swing. Anyway, there you go, man. If that inspires at any point, got lots of other stuff. Yeah, I do. I don't know. I never really tried to learn guitar though. I learned piano somewhat, but I made some effort at some point, and I kind of realized that my brain was never gonna really click it. The clarinetist in high school and beginning of college, and then some later, I realized that recorder was a real instrument, and not just the thing I learned in elementary school or whatever, this shit sounding type thing. But I liked Renaissance recorder, so I got one. I got a real recorder, and I went with recorder, and then I picked up ocarinas later. And that can
Legend of
handle.
Zelda.
Single melody can handle. What you have to do as a pianist is just there's something that feels really like genetically fixed. My brain was not going to get good at it. Handling all sorts of different lines going on and thinking abstractly about groups of notes, very high level.
Interesting. I mean, I think it really is if you're a musician, it kind of is just maybe it is kind of just part of your nature or something, or because it just for me it just clicks. I don't think about any of that stuff. I just play what sounds cool, and it, you know what I mean? It just, I don't know why.
I guess I do.
It just makes sense. Yeah.
I like words that sound cool, and I have all these evaluations of different poets and different poems, and I experience like the opposite phenomenon of a lot of people around me just not getting poetics. Like they just don't understand what I'm talking about when I talk about something good or mediocre or terrible. Like in terms of lyrics of bands they like, some very popular bands who are like musically extremely talented, I don't listen to because their lyrics just strike me as like poetically mediocre to bad, and just poems. People will like a poem because of its theme, its message, and I will say like, okay, that message is is profound, but I can't stand this poem because of the lack of artistry, right? The lack of poetic quality, and I just keep talking to people who don't get what I'm talking about, and a lot of it was just like being interested in Shakespeare early in my life, and like reading a lot of the classic sonnets. And high school, I was steeped in this vocabulary, in this world of formal poetry, and then also verse too. And I know how, so I can relate to naturally musical people who are like hearing stuff and able to do stuff that somebody like me can't. And it's not like I'm even like the worst, like, because I have some musical skills. I know some people who have like no sense of like what's even like maintaining the same key, who can't sing at all, can't like even hear when somebody's out of tune. I'm kind of in the middle, but what's interesting is that like music that's like, I don't know, maybe you'll disagree, but it seems like people who are completely musically incompetent they get weeded out, but lyrics that are like poetically incompetent don't get weeded out in popular music.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah. People, and you would disagree with this, but I would say, and rightfully so. I think people like care about melody and tune more than they care about lyrics, and that's me as well. Like I really do not care about lyrics. I guess I care about them a little bit. Like I hear a bad lyric, like I might cringe a little bit, but I would say like it's probably like a good song is 80% melody and maybe 20% lyrics.
You want to talk about some stupid Bernie Taupin lyrics? You know who Bernie Taupin is? He's the partner of Elton John.
Oh,
not the romantic partner of Elton John. The songwriting partner of Elton John.
Yeah, the guy that wrote all the lyrics. Elton John wrote the melody, and then he would write the lyrics. Yeah. No, yeah, we've talked about this a little bit before.
Great musical. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Like Billy Joel has like way better lyrics, plus songs. Just his melodies are better too than like Elton John. And Elton John had help.
Well, he's a better songwriter, and he's a masterful instrumentalist, right? Billy Joel is like a top level pianist.
Yeah.
And if he had no songwriting skills, he would 100% be a professional pianist for somebody else. and he's his own lyricist, and yeah, of course, the lyrics are much better than Tobin's. So, yeah, Billy Joel is crazy, like doing it all. Man. Transcendent genius.
Yeah, he's great. Although we had a disagreement where I said that Ben Folds is better than both.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like some Ben Folds songs, but like my favorite song is probably Fred Jones Part 2. And
it's alone at his desk in the dark. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. I find some good poetic aspects to that, but then I find some like limitations as well. And I think about the song quite often, but when I find myself thinking like, could I possibly improve this part here? Like, could I play a role in editing something? I can find that for that song where I can't think of anything I would do to for the longest time. Or she's always a woman. Yeah. What are the best Billy Joel songs? I don't know. It's hard when you like so many. I did this with Amy Mann too. It's hard when you like so much to think about what the best is. Like, how are you going to distinguish like incredibly good? I would listen to it any time from like the notch above that. Maybe. Oh, there's this underrated Billy Joel song. I don't think it was a huge hit, but "Sleeping with the Television On." That probably wouldn't even be on my top 20, but I would consider it underrated. I don't think most
I see.
people know it as their particular Billy Joel fans, but "Sleeping with the Television" is a cool song. It's got this kind of annoying rhythm in the original version. I've heard him perform it live and heard covers that are better than the original album version because of that weird.
Oh, I love it when
rhythm.
I love it when like covers or like the live version or whatever is better than the original, because I think that points to a really good song. Like I think
Yeah.
like I really love the White Stripes doing Jolene.
Oh yeah, Jolene is a great example. You could listen to a dozen covers of Jolene and see the
The White Stripes do a good version.
Parton.
Miley Cyrus has a good version. Like there's so many good versions. Yeah.
There's a bluegrass version. What's her name? I used to face. I can't see her face because I'm aphantasic, but I would recognize her face. Rhonda Vincent. That's a cool blues version of Jolene.
What if it was Wanda Sykes?
Like, can she sing? Has she ever sang anything? I think my favorite Dolly Parton song is called "Will He Be Waiting for Me?" And that has really good covers out there. You know that song? Oh God, can I even sing it?
No, I do.
He will be, won't he? Yeah, it's like she left. She's going back to the guy that she left. She broke up with. All thinking that he was like a sure thing, like he would always be there if she wanted to go back to him. And now she has her doubts. And I was like, pretty simple lyrics, but they're like perfect.
Yeah. Dolly Parton. She she's like the original Sia, you know, where she can dress up and you know she has her star self and she has her like regular self. So she goes out with this big old wig, you know, and like
Mhm.
fancy dresses and like does her show, and then like the next day she can go to Target and
Mhm. Mhm.
you know buy some potatoes.
Yeah, it's a great strategy, man. Great strategy.
It's
Yeah,
great.
well, I think Lady Gaga can do that too.
Yeah,
That's why
true.
she's
I mean,
always looking like a normal person, so she can have a normal life as a normal person. In those times when she doesn't be Lady Gaga. Yeah.
I think
Smart.
it's
It's
interesting
brilliant.
that like the how different celebrities are treated differently. So like you have people like like Lady Gaga or like Dolly Parton who like or Sia who will really dive into the celebrity figure so that they can be the normal figure um in their normal lives. And then there's people like Steven Tyler who just like fully accept
Mhm.
it and they're the same person on stage as they are in real life. You know,
Mhm.
they say, you know, if I'm famous, I'm not gonna try and avoid like be like scared about it. So he drives around Hollywood with like this pink car
Yeah.
with like it's all bedazzled and like everyone knows that he's there. He's not trying to hide himself, you know.
But there's also a male versus female and a sexual orientation kind of component too, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're a man, gay or straight, um, you're gonna wanna be able to like exchange your celebrity for all sorts of sexual access, right? Typically, um, you're gonna want to be recognizable. Have at least there's always gonna be the temptation there. So people might like actively resist it, but like Steven Tyler is living a life that facilitated maximizing groupies, right? And it's going to be much less the case for women to want to be instant recognized in their personal life. It's going to actually be dangerous. So I'm sure that's on part of on Lady Gaga's mind. It's good
Yeah.
that obsessive identify her in the supermarket.
I don't I've never thought about that before when it comes to celebrities. I'm trying to think of like a is there a female celebrity that's equivalent to Steven Tyler? I don't know if I
Mm.
can think of one. I can think of a lot of male ones. I mean like
Madonna would be the closest, right? She never wanted to not be identified as Madonna. She like embraced like very promiscuous sexuality in her art and her personal life. I can't, yeah, I can't think of a second example. I mean, she's not entirely Steven Tyler, but like he's like halfway there.
yeah.
Yeah, Madonna seems like the most male rock star in her art and life. Anybody
That's
I can think of.
I can think of tons of male examples, you know, Liam Gallagher
Yeah,
out there, you know,
yeah. John Mayer.
John Mayer, yeah.
Yeah,
And a lot
different
of in a lot of
genre
ways
of music. He's like, yeah, an unrepentant, womanizer.
Hmm.
And it would be the second Madonna, because there's people who do like sexually risque acts like Lady Gaga, but in personal life, she doesn't need to be like Madonna at all. She seems to be somebody like separating the art from her personal life deliberately.
Yeah, who doesn't make a separation between their celebrity life and their normal life? Mm,
Hmm.
I don't know. I can't. I mean, yeah, I think Madonna's
What about
probably the only.
maybe like Courtney Love? I mean, I don't really like her music that much, but yeah, in
Yeah.
terms of the decisions she's made, yeah. And her public persona does seem to be who she really is.
Do you think she killed Kurt?
I don't think he held the gun and pulled the trigger or was in the room.
Whoa.
As Oscar Wilde says, each man kills the thing he loves. Let this be heard. Some do it with a flattering glance. Some with a subtle word. Coward does it with a kiss. The big man with the sword. I think she drove to suicide, is what I'm saying. By
He's a woman.
playing upon
Right?
his emotional sensitivities, by gaslighting him,
I see.
by corrupting his sort of noble motives with her ignoble motives. Yeah, it's central to my generation, my age. Is Nirvana's height of popularity was my high school years. His suicide was, the spring of senior year. The two things that defined my senior year of high school were Cobain's suicide and the O.J. Simpson murders. Yeah, I think I haven't been convinced by any like conspiracy about Cobain's suicide, but I definitely think that Courtney was wrecking his life, and that he was a very, very pure sort of individual, very, very noble, very moral person.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean,
That's the opposite.
he
Yeah.
was like avoiding animal products. I think he was like vegetarian or at least I think he was like pescatarian or something. And
You know the song "Something in the Way," right? Did you mention that? The last song, Nevermind.
Away.
Okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings.
Yeah.
Living off of grass and the dripping from the ceiling. It's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings. Something in the way.
Yeah, he's great. And even things like things like when he found out how much they were charging for tickets, he's like, or was it how much Madonna was charging for tickets or something? He was like, why? He's like, why? Why can't like people come to the shows that can afford to come?
Yeah, he was against that, and then he also issued this his statement interview. He said, like, anybody out there who like has a problem with who somebody loves, or has a problem with women, or people with a different skin color, stay home. We don't want you at our shows. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, he's great. Did you see the Nirvana reunion with Post Malone?
No, I heard of that. How long ago was that?
Last week. It
My
was
niece loves Post Malone, and I kind of heard like a few things from Post Malone, but not that really engaged me. I think it could be a big generation divide, but that sounds cool.
Yeah, so Post is pretty versatile. Like by the way, he lives in Utah, so I represent Utah. But
I had no idea.
yeah, I saw him at the I've seen him a couple times. Like I've seen him like at the T-Mobile store before. He also has a this is kind of a bad thing. He has like a Raising Cane's restaurant that he designed. So I mean, Raising Cane's is like animal heavy, but it's still cool that it's, I don't know, a celebrity in my state. But
Is it called Raising Cane?
What's up?
Does Raising Cane mean? This is kind of like on the edge of my mind. Does Raising Cane mean like causing hell or like causing a disturbance?
I don't know. I mean,
some part of my brain thinks that that was an expression, but they don't really know it. That seems to make sense, but
it would make sense, right? Raising Cain, Cain and Abel, like.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of interesting. It took me a second to think, like Cain and Abel. That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Cain was the guy growing plants, and Abel was the shepherd, presumably like not just for wool, but for slaughter or meat too. Abel was the peaceful, godly, loving brother who was into animal agriculture, and Cain represented plant agriculture.
Okay. This goes into like
Cain was like murderous vegan.
Have you ever heard like these Luciferian like theories about the Bible? Like Luciferian like theists who like actually worship like Lucifer. They think like the serpent was the good guy. Like the hero in the Bible is Satan.
And Cain indirectly, right? Yeah.
I remember watching
there was impressive. Oh, go ahead.
Despite all his flaws, he's kind of an evil person, but I remember watching Stefan Molyneux on Joe Rogan, and he was talking about how he was reading the Bible to his kids, and he didn't tell his kids who the good guys were or who the bad guys were, and his kids thought that God was the bad guy. I don't know. I thought that was kind of
read the past moment. God
is the bad guy, and like Satan was the good guy.
There's this little book that I really like. It's in German, but there's maybe the only copy out there is like an English translation, like facing translation. It's called Lilith, a Metamorphosis by Dagmar Nick. Yeah. Do you know who Lilith is? Where Lilith Fair comes from? Do you know what Lilith Fair is? This is a generational thing.
Maybe.
I'm like, yeah, you know where the name Lilith Fair came from, and then I'm like, oh God, you're really young. Do you know what Lilith Fair is?
Help me out. Maybe. I think maybe.
Okay, Lilith Fair is a feminist music festival. Feature a bunch of female songwriters. I don't know whether it's still around,
Wait.
but it was like a significant. It's a significant thing in like Gen X, the early millennial.
What? Feminist what? Feminist music what?
Music festival.
Music festival?
Yeah.
Okay.
Female singer-songwriter music festival called Lilith Fair.
Then I don't know.
Many years. And Lilith is in some like old writings that did make it into the final version of the Bible, and like peripheral like Jewish texts, and just in like folk tales. Lilith is the first wife of Adam, who was created the same way he was created, so sort of as his equal, but followed the serpent. There's different tellings, whatever. Rebelled against him, would not be subservient to him, and in some versions was cursed by being turned into a snake herself, or banished Eden, and then Eve was created as the second go round of Adam's rib, so that she would be inherently subservient. So it's this whole like Jewish metaphor of like the independent, a lot of things, independent woman versus subservient woman. So there's this revival of interest in Lilith as a feminist symbol. That's why Festival Lilith is called that.
Mm. That's cool.
And there's this story originally in German called Lilith, a Metamorphosis, that is really cool. It's really cool, like short, kind of basically short story, I guess. And so there's just like revisionist Jewish feminist interest in the first wife of Adam, who was equal and who demanded equality and was punished by the kind of like dictatorial creator god, and became a demon. So in the old folk tales, Lilith was a demon that would she would like cause wet dreams, man, and she would like curse pregnant women to make them miscarry, and she would kill babies. So they would have these lockets that were inscribed with the names of the angels who were supposed to be the defender against Lilith, and they would put those lockets around, like pregnant women would wear them, and people would put them around infants at night or whatever to protect them from Lilith killing them at night. Yeah.
It's kind of badass.
It's cool.
Yeah. Kind of cool. It gives off like a. In some ways, it gives off like Aleister Crowley energy.
Yeah, it's related to game. So a lot of vampire stories, people that are really into that, they talk about a lot of versions of vampire talk about them being the descendant of Cain, and also like Lilith, references to Lilith are common in vampire literature.
Have you ever heard the there's like this Mormon like folktale or whatever you'd call it, legend or about Cain is Bigfoot? Have you heard this?
Cain is Bigfoot. No,
Yeah,
I sure
yeah.
haven't. That's weird.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, so there's a lot of it's not so it's I should mention it's not like doctrine or anything. It's just like a legend, but there's a lot of Mormons that believe that Cain is still alive, and like when people see Bigfoot, it's because it's Cain. And then there's this one. There's a book where I forget if it's like an apostle or just maybe some church leader, not like a prophet or anything, but just like some church leader, maybe an apostle. I forgot who it was, but they wrote about like seeing some like tall man who's like hairy or whatever, when he was like riding his horse, and him like thinking that's Cain, and then people like infer from that being like, oh, maybe people are seeing Bigfoot from when they see Cain. Yeah, so it's I don't know, it's kind of funny. Bigfoot is Cain, okay?
That's pretty wild. I don't, was that what we were saying at the beginning or earlier? Like, what I was saying, I should say. I probably like say believe something. What does it mean when flat earthers say they believe the Earth is flat? Like, what does it actually translate to? Other than just a bunch of verbal behavior that makes them part of a group, that has the same verbal behavior. Like, flat earthers, like, they'll like take a plane to a different country and just convince themselves that that's compatible with the flat Earth. But what do they actually do differently? That's what I want to know. What do flat earthers do differently other than talk differently? And
Yeah, I
people
mean,
who have an accurate view of Earth.
a lot of them will even like they'll start to do something differently. Like they'll like oh, okay, I'm gonna prove flat Earth is real, and like they do this experiment, and it turns out that their experiment fails, and then they still believe. Yeah. I guess I guess what you're kind of getting at maybe is like yeah, like it feels good to believe in it, and the belief is part of their yeah, I guess it's like it's an emotional belief rather than a one that's based on empirics or anything like that. Like, do they actually believe it, or is it just something that's exciting? Yeah.
Yeah. I sent you another one. Another one of my sort of song lyrics. I was reminded of talking about vampirism and pain and stuff.
All right. Okay. Cool stuff.
Yeah, I think, a lot of times people ask these questions about what motivates people, and the answer is that it's true for some and not true for others, right? Like that's weird kind of stupidity is people say like, is our country too woke and too like, are our schools like connected by these like extreme far leftist ideas, or are our schools affected by reactionary Christianity? The answer is yes. Some schools in Portland and San Francisco are like have extremely crazy leftist views, like damn education. But in like rural Texas, people are like injecting Christianity. Public school teachers are talking about Bible and how to go to hell if you're not like their intentional behavior. Both of them are true, just true in different places with different people. That should be the first thing anybody says. But in our polarized culture war, everyone wants to talk like this one thing is the problem or this other thing is the problem in an enormously diverse country. They're both the problem in different places.
Yeah.
So that's not fucking rocket surgery.
Especially in America, it's so diverse when it comes to the issues in California are different from the issues in Texas.
Are you reading this one now? Because I don't know, you started like looking at it.
I started looking at it. Let's see. I can like fully read it later. But I am gonna play. I'm gonna play around with these. Sit at the piano and play around. I think we should probably wind it up. It is like 1 a.m.
Super
here
late.
essentially. Yeah. So I'm getting a little sleepy. But it's been a long time since I've done a stream. I think it's been over a year, something like that.
Oh, really?
It's been a while. So it was fun to get back at it.
Yeah, totally. How long have we been doing this?
It's been
5.5 hours.
5.5 hours, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't seem as drunk as you've been. I've been on previous streams, but it's been a nice, like, wide-ranging conversation, and we had some viewers, so that'd be cool.
Yeah, we got 5 right now.
Who's Hyperlink, by the way? Hyperlink seems cool.
I've seen him. He is cool. I've seen him around. He's kind of in the sort of like the Carson community.
Oh, okay. Hyperlink seems kind of like a pretty consequentialist vegan.
Yeah, he's cool.
That's on our page.
By the way, did you see
Hyperlink? Awesome, man. Oh, sorry. Or man or woman, I don't know. Or Zer. I like Zer.
Zer. Did you see that Carson is not eating animal products anymore? Last I heard.
No, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the last I heard, he was back to being fully vegan. So
okay,
badass. Yeah, we like Carson.
Yeah, look forward to a lot of talks. Man, I really, George Cardism Debunked. Obviously much big channel. Invite me. to go on with David Arenas, who is total obnoxious piece of shit, in the friend zone mold. Supposed ontologists, attacking other people in the vegan movement, not listening, not reasonable. And at first I didn't agree to any time, because when George sent us a message asking for times when we were available, George had like all these times available. David's like this small window of time that would have been like late at night on weeknights for me. So the first reason I'm like, this is no time I can do, I've got to be teaching a few hours later. And then I just decided there's no reason I want to have this conversation with David anyway. But so I've been reach out to some other YouTubers, big YouTubers who, consider themselves deontologists. Especially like the main example is this guy whose channel name is With Eyes Unclouded. Have you ever seen him?
Potentially, I've heard the name. The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, check out. See if you're subscribed to With Eyes Unclouded. He seems pretty reasonable. He seems like a good young vegan activist. Yeah, I'm hoping that I can get George and With Eyes Unclouded to make that happen, or somebody else. If anybody else who thinks they're a deontologist vegan and wants to have that conversation with me, because I don't want it to be framed as a debate either, but where somebody wins, but a conversation about why veganism is natural consequentialist. I really want to make that happen on the sort of step up of exposure on a channel like Veganism Debunked. And I don't know, Jerome, in case you ever interact with anybody like that who might be good for that sort of conversation, like send them to me, and we'll see if George gets on board with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a Discord?
I think it's my typical. Yeah, my Discord username is my Korean name, which you've probably seen me in other contexts. It's Goldajin. It's, I don't know if you want to type it out now or something, but it's GOJAEJIN.
Okay, send it to me on Facebook. But
sure.
There's a lot of basically you'll find what you're looking for on Discord, like especially in like the Ask Yourself community or something.
Oh yeah. Ask Yourself. Yeah, he's interesting. His consequentialism over rights violations is really interesting.
Threshold deontology kind of
kill the lions to reduce the amount of violations that the lions commit, even if it causes more suffering from the zebras overpopulating its environment. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Of all the theories out there, I think deontology is less reasonable, but consequentialism over reducing rights violations is weirder. He's a smart guy.
Yeah, I like him. Dr. Avi is gone kind of weird. He's gone like full Zionist.
Yeah. Well, Lewis is pretty interesting too, right? Lewis is a sort of pro-Palestinian Trump supporter.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I like to know I like to know what Chris thinks about like Trump because see that video? You see that AI generated video that Trump tweeted?
Yes, with Elon Musk is eating a bunch of
See,
food,
like
and there's like
50-foot tall Trump statue.
I love that video, dude. It's so great.
Holy shit, dude. Anyway, I'll let you get some sleep.
Yeah. All right.
I'll message you when it's your tomorrow. Might be later in the night for me, around the time you're waking up.
All right. Sounds good. Okay.
You
Peace,
got
peace.
some stuff. This is good. This is a great